Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another episode of Mormon Stories Podcast. I'm John DeLynn. It is January 24th, 2023, and we are here in part 4 of this epic interview with Liz Lambson. Hey, Liz.
Hi. Here we are again. Back in the hot seat.
We'll give you a chance to talk about your outfit, your costume and makeup, but I'll just give a quick overview. We've already done 3 parts with Liz. I'm going to do like the 30-second version. Liz was born to an African-American father from Louisiana and a South Korean mother, and her mother abandoned the family when Liz was 10. Liz made some friends in Colorado who were LDS and sort of converted belief-wise to the Mormon church as a teenager, was a dry Mormon. Her father wouldn't let her get baptized. That was kind of part 1 of this epic series with Liz. Part 2 is her time at BYU, where she not only got baptized into the Mormon church, but then also became a part of BYU's elite orchestra, where she toured the world playing the stand-up bass. And decided to do the Mormon marriage and motherhood thing. Part 3 was a focus on Liz's experience having 5 children with her husband, Sam, doing the Mormon mommy marriage thing, and how she also tried to be a working mom during that time, and how that wasn't always as fun and as happy as she thought it would be. And we ended part 3 talking about race and Black Lives Matter, and her perspective being a Black believing Mormon woman in Utah during kind of the Trump MAGA Black Lives Matter era. And we ended part 3 sort of as her Mormon faith was kind of teetering in the balance. And part 4 is going to be about Liz's deconstruction. And what's particularly significant to me about this whole series is how Liz converted to Mormonism as a teenager, how much she wanted to be a Mormon, how hard she worked to be a Mormon, including sacrificing her own identity, her own interests, her family relationships. And so part 4 is going to kind of answer the question, how can someone who wanted to be Mormon so badly, who gave so much of her life to become Mormon and to live the Mormon way, how could that dissolve, and what would cause that to dissolve? And that's going to be part 4. And I'm joined in studio, much to my enjoyment, by my life partner, Margie. Hey, Margie.
Hey there.
Thanks for being here.
Yes, I'm glad to be here.
You ready for part 4?
I'm ready.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, for each of because Liz is an artist, she plays stand-up bass for Ballet West. She's been involved in all sorts of artistic endeavors here in the Utah area, including as a painter and as a musician, a singer, songwriter, etc. But one of the really fun things that Liz has done during this 4-part series is dress differently for each of the 4 episodes. And so, Liz, if it's all right, let's begin with you discussing this outfit.
Yes.
And we can't see your skirt.
And this is a thing. You might not be able to see it, but I can, and I feel it. What I'm wearing, even if you're just listening to the podcast, you're not even watching on YouTube, you may not know, but I know, and it affects the way that I feel. So I am wearing a hot pink sort of tube top corset. This is my first ever strapless top outfit. This is my first time. We talked about this in the last episode, how I tried on a strapless wedding dress, loved it, felt amazing, felt beautiful, but it was like, too bad. You can't wear that with garments. Put it back on the rack. And how bummed I was that we had to add sleeves to even the custom wedding dress that was made for me, which is beautiful, beautifully done by my husband's sister. Anyway, so I am wearing this hot pink, fluffy tulle tube top corsetty thing. My debut in the world as a free-shouldered woman. Well, that's not true. I did stop wearing my garments like last year, but this is a special
symbolic.
top. It doesn't have, like, I've been wearing tank tops and stuff, but this has nothing.
Yes,
Like
right.
it's just like I'm completely
No straps.
there's no. The strapless element is important for me personally. And then I've got like this black sort of satin floral skirt that also has hot pink flowers on it. That was given to me by a friend, and I have some gold glittery jelly shoes. Also a 90s thing, I guess. But
And the
they're
skirt
quite
is
comfortable.
full length.
Yeah, it's like a mermaid to the floor, sort of a gown look. But, here's the thing. I am an aspiring actress and artist and musician, and I don't know if I'm going to get my big break, Like, I don't know if I'm going to get on the Tonight Show like I dream, or that I'll be on stage at the Oscars receiving my Oscar, but I have always wanted to dress for that occasion. So in the Mormon realm, I feel that this is the talk show in Mormondom.
Oh.
So I am dressing up to be on the Mormon talk show, well known around the world. This is
love
my
that.
my big moment.
It's your debut.
Yeah.
We honor that.
This is fair. This is just a really special occasion for me. And I thought, I've been reading a little bit of Walden, Henry David Thoreau, which
yeah.
is super annoying in so many ways. Like, that guy, who does he think he is? But he wrote something like, "Oh, never buy any new clothing for any occasion." And I'm like, did this dude go to the prom? Like, does he know that when there's a special occasion, it's not only customary, but it's I don't know, it's meaningful to go and get something and dress for the occasion. So that's what I'm doing for this. This is a special event.
Well, we're honored to have you. And when you do collect not just your Oscar, but your EGOT, your Emmy, Grammy, Oscar,
that would be
and
amazing.
Tony, we'll be able to say we knew you went.
And we'll be cheering for you from our couch.
Thank you. Well, on that note, what I've realized after 3 episodes, or 3 parts so far, is that clearly there are a lot of stories to tell. I think this conversation can continue for days, perhaps an endless number of parts and episodes. But what I'd like to do as a writer, what I've decided anyway, is when this is all wrapped, what is this going to be, like 9 hours? That's the length of an audiobook. So my plan is to listen to this and work my way through it and write it down. Write it in a book form. I've worked on versions of my memoir, and I even got quite a ways into a version last year, a manuscript that I've been working on for years from the perspective of my life through the lens of my hair, learning to accept my racial identity and my biracial identity. Growing up in a white neighborhood, going from having my parents straightening my hair since the time I was 5 to growing out my afro and really accepting myself for who I am. But I hit a wall, though, when I reached my adolescence, because in this manuscript, and a big hurdle or part of the wall that was stopping me was that I didn't know how to talk about my conversion, what happened to me in my adolescence in terms of how Mormonism impacted my youth and the rest of my life. I didn't know how to write my story without having something negative to say about my experience with the church. There were, as you know, some traumatizing parts of this story that were part of the whole Mormon experience. So I've been trying to write, some of these stories without mentioning the church. And when you're an active Mormon, you do feel an obligation to not speak ill of the brethren, to only say and write and publish positive things. And that I feel was holding me back. So in a way, I feel like, you've done me a great service by giving me the chance to tell my story in this way, in this place, and in this context. And I feel that it's sort of the puzzle pieces in so many ways are coming into place. But I'm really excited to work on this story in the form of a book manuscript. I hope that I can complete it. Perhaps it will go somewhere.
Yeah.
And you can invite me back and we can talk about it.
I'm just reading Heather Gay's memoir now.
Yes, I saw
Real
that.
Housewives of Salt Lake City. And she just completed a memoir called Bad Mormon. And I think Simon & Schuster published it.
I
and
saw that.
I'm listening to the audiobook, and we're having her on Mormon Stories in a couple weeks.
Nice.
So it'd be fun to have you as well. There's clearly a market for, I won't put Mormonism in the category of a cult, but there's clearly a demand for ex-cult memoirs and or for ex-high demand religion memoirs.
Yeah.
So there should be a place.
There is also, I see a demand for multicultural voices.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, so I think I'm excited about hopefully the opportunities. But it's a lot of work, but here you've done the work for me. You have documented the outline. Thank you.
Our pleasure. Well, I'll say, I don't know if I began in part one with this, but I became aware of you because you wrote this really beautiful and well-written and powerful resignation letter that you sent to your stake president, and I'm assuming your bishop. And I shared it with Margie, and we're just like, we have to have this woman on, regardless of the fact that we like, diversity and we like multicultural experiences, and you have experience as a convert. All that's really relevant to why we wanted you on, but also just because of how thoughtful that narrative was. And so we've covered some of what you included in that letter in the first 3 parts. But I am just really excited for this part 4, which, as I said in the intro, what would you sacrificed so much and you've worked so hard to become Mormon. You wanted it hard more than most of us did. I know. So let's tell the story of the undoing of your relationship with the Mormon Church.
Yeah. And do we hold the cliffhanger also?
What is
with that, or do you want to?
Oh, we left the last episode on kind of a cliffhanger.
Yeah.
Do you remember?
Yeah.
Yeah. So where do we begin here?
When did your Mormon testimony first start to have cracks?
I should have mentioned this in the previous episode. It was during that Ithaca time.
Okay.
When we lived in the Mormon commune. My husband was in business school. And it's so interesting because in our couple relationship, in our partnership, people see me as the artist, as kind of the liberal, progressive, edgy, just that character. And then they see my husband, who's this tall, white, sort of Peter Priesthood looking person. And they'll look at us and assume that I am responsible for leading my husband astray. But in the end, it turned out that my husband's the one who really proposed and pushed the idea of us departing cutting ties with the Mormon Church. That, I think, catches people by surprise. So I can pinpoint a moment when we were in Ithaca. He's in business school. We had 2 kids at the time. Okay, actually, no, rewind. The first crack I mentioned, which is when we're over the altar at the temple and he's not into it. He's wearing his goofy outfit and hat, and he was like not emanating excitement about being in the temple. I understand why. And I didn't interpret that as him not being excited to be with me. I just knew that it was something about the setting and the religion. He was not as into it as I was. But in business school, when he was in business school, he was studying marketing, organizational structures, and he began to make comments about the church as a business and the way that they conduct themselves as a business, and especially diving into some of the marketing, the way they market things, the way the appearances, the advertising, just those elements that, I mean, it's very clear, and we mentioned this in a previous episode as well, that the church has a lot of money. And that was one of my draws even, because I like nice things. I like nice things. Mm-hmm. And so, of all the churches, like, well, this one's very clean and the buildings are nice and they've got all the everything they need. And they share it with the members, although the members are helping pay. Anyway.
We are for sure the most wealthy and powerful church in the United States.
It's pretty incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he started kind of pointing out some of the elements that make the church a successful business. And I wasn't like, I understood it, and I believed all that he was saying, and I'm very easily influenced. I think it's one of my strengths. I think I am an empathetic person, and I think I'm a good listener. And part of why I was so open to Mormon doctrine and Mormonism in the first place is that I was open to hearing it, and I like to put myself in other people's shoes and think, yeah, what does that feel like? So, what does it feel like to be Mormon? Or like, what would it feel like to be Joseph Smith and to go through that experience? So I am kind of like very spongy in that way. When people tell me about their perspectives and experiences and beliefs and values, like I take a lot of those things to heart. So, in my relationship with my husband, like well, going back, I mean, one thing that I said that I loved about him and what drew me to the idea of marrying him was that we'd never run out of things to talk about. We'd always have interesting conversations. I would never be bored. We do. And so around that time is when there were conversations coming up about some of the sketchier things about Mormonism, things we hadn't really talked about before that openly.
So when you mentioned how much you loved in a sense the wealth and power of the church, mm-hmm. but you also mentioned that as the first crack. What was it about the wealth and power of the church that made it a crack for you?
It was kind of realizing that I'd always viewed it as like there's a prophet who's in control of the organization. And I knew there were other people involved, but then you start seeing that as a business, though, there are accountants and lawyers and employees and advertising teams and all kinds of people working behind the scenes on not necessarily the religious side of things, but the business side of things. And it just casts kind of a different light on it. I mean, it's similar to how when I converted and joined the church, all I was looking at was kind of doctrines. I was reading the scriptures, I was reading the church magazines. I was just very naive. I wasn't aware of all the other things, all the, and I think that's what, it's so funny. It's like the closer I got to the church as an organization, the farther away I was getting from what I thought I joined, the heart of it. It's like, we've used the word filter a little bit, looking at things through a filter. And I felt like as a teenager, my life was very dark. And then, or as an adolescent, especially after my mom left. And then you provide this Mormon lens filter, and then it's like light came back into my life. But then once I was baptized, it's like the filter started gathering more and more debris and the light started filtering out again. You think about filters in a cigarette, and the filter is supposed to be this good thing that keeps the bad things out. But like when the filter starts getting so clogged, you start running out of oxygen. Like it's not feeding you anymore. It's starting to like suck the life out of you. And that's what I started feeling over time. Like what used to bring me so much joy and peace and light, it's like, what I was telling you about every single Sunday, someone's at the pulpit saying something different that they've received through their personal revelation as what they see as guidance for living the best life, your best life. And they share the wisdom that they've gained. They share their perspectives. And as I'm saying, I'm a very spongy person, and I absorb these things. And I think, yes, that does seem like a very valid and wise way to live. That also seems like a very wise way to live. I was vegan for a year, and I loved that. But it was really hard for me with chicken nuggets in the house, and so. So I'm gathering all this, it's like more and more doctrine, more and more quote unquote truth, but not all of it is truth. And so it started coming to a point where it's like, I think this filter needs to be replaced or completely gotten rid of. Like I'm starting to not be able to breathe. And so then there was another thing that happened in Ithaca, and this was 2015, 2014. How many years ago was that? 7, 8?
8 years.
I can't do math.
7 or 8, yeah.
7 or 8.
Depending on the month.
So we were in the Palmyra Temple District. This is where Joseph Smith grew up. This is a place where people go on pilgrimages, church history tours, to go and see this place. So we went on one of the tours of the Book of Mormon Press and Joseph Smith's, like the house where he grew up, and then there's the Hill Cumorah and like a little monument. And we went to see those things with our kids. And, I was really concerned about the kids breaking stuff. They break so many things. They were in Joseph Smith's little bedroom, knocking over this like antique lamp, and the tour guide's getting all upset with us. And so I'm, worried about the kids, but also enjoying like this historical experience. But there were just a lot of like, the church history tour guides only have the most positive, wonderful things to share, and these stories and about the miracles and the angels appearing and the translation. And somebody shared a story about the Joseph hiding the golden plates in like a barrel of corn. Does that sound familiar?
Definitely in a barrel. Yeah. And I don't remember what was in the barrel. It might have been like
Seeds
beans or something.
Yeah,
but
like grain, like a barrel. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they were telling this story, and I just found all of this really interesting. I especially liked the Book of Mormon press where they printed the books. I mean, as a writer, I feel like it's so exciting to publish something, to disseminate information that way. But that night we got home, and I think my husband and I talked till like 2 or 3 in the morning, and he was like, what if maybe not all of it, but what if a good portion of this stuff is just like superstition? Like, were there really golden plates in the barrel? Or is that just like a convenient thing when people are looking for the gold plates and they can't find them? Well, they couldn't find them because they were hiding in a barrel of corn. But like, he's like, what if there were no gold plates?
And this is your brother?
This is my husband.
Or your husband? Oh, this is Sam.
This is Sam.
Okay.
Yeah. We went on this tour together with
He was asking this back in Ithaca.
Yeah.
In Palmyra. Okay.
Yeah. So, he's pitching these ideas about the church being a business and marketing schemes, and then just pointing out that a lot of this stuff doesn't have like a foundation in like there's not much proof, for a lot of these things. And it's funny because it's like the information that he was sharing with me wasn't as troubling as, at least at this point, I thought, what does this mean for our eternal relationship? If my husband loses his faith and he doesn't believe, does that mean that we're not like in an eternal companionship?
Mm-hmm.
And that was like heartbreaking to me. And that was like the first time I considered like that my family might not be a forever family. Even if we remain together till our death, if your spouse doesn't believe, then you won't be together? Question mark? So that was unsettling to me.
Now, oftentimes a believing spouse will tell the non-believing spouse, "You just cut that out right now. We're not gonna be entertaining those questions. You shove that back in the bottle." Anywhere to saying explicitly. I've had many people tell me their believing spouse in response to a question like Sam's would say, "If you leave the church, we're done."
Yeah.
So what was did you ever respond to Sam?
I just listened. Again, I'm one of my positive traits, I think I'm a good listener. And I just take that information and I absorb it and I process it. But we didn't talk too much about it. But I mean, I would have my own periods of doubting. I think I always struggled to feel like I fit in or belonged. I've always felt different. Just different. Actually, like Kansas City, when we lived in Kansas City for 2 years, that was the first time I lived around a significant population of Black people. It's where I could walk around with my natural hair and it wasn't like unusual. It wasn't exceptional. Like, I could, like in Salt Lake City, when I cross paths with another Black person, we like acknowledge each other. There's like a little nod. There's like a, hey, like, yeah,
Yeah.
like I see you. I see you. You see me. Like, yeah, it's a thing. Like there's just, less than 2% of Utah's population is Black. So running into, another African-American is kind of a rare thing. It happens more in Salt Lake City than it does elsewhere. When I leave Salt Lake Valley or Salt Lake County, I feel even more like I stick out. And people here, bless their hearts, want to touch my hair and point me out in a crowd. I walked into Trader Joe's once and one of the cashiers was like, "Oh my God, look at that hair." And like the whole store like looked at me and I was like, hi. Or I was at Costco just like yesterday and this woman like, she was like, well, aren't you adorable? Your hair, you're like, you know, and like, I'm flattered, I guess, but like, I'm not like looking for, I'm sometimes it's nice to be different and sometimes you just want to blend in. Yeah. And I had like for years, it took me years to grow out my natural hair after relaxing it. But a couple of years ago in Utah, I was like, dude, I'm going to straighten my hair again. I just don't want to stick out this much. And I did. I relaxed my hair and it took a couple of years to grow it out again. But during that time, like people weren't as, in your face. Like, I mean, I've been asked at Costco to like be a model for something because they need a person of color in their advertising.
How's
and
that
like,
feel?
I mean, sometimes I'm like, sure. I mean, as I've gotten into the acting scene or the film scene in Utah, like it's just part of the game. Like, I know that my odds of getting some jobs, not all jobs, some jobs are higher because some directors are aware that they need a diverse cast. They're looking for diversity. They're kind of on the forefront in that. Mm-hmm. But then you have other directors and casting agents who subconsciously or consciously picture white leads. So they're not going to cast a person of color as their lead. They might throw in someone as, you know, the black friend or the, you know, but definitely not as the lead. So it works in my favor sometimes when people want to diversify their cast. I ended up in an Olivia Rodrigo music video because they were looking for a cellist of color. And someone knew that I played the bass. It often gets mistaken for the cello. And I was like, well, and I hadn't heard of Olivia Rodrigo at the time. This was her All I Want music video. She actually wore a dress like this. It was like this poofy hot pink, but it had like a full skirt. It was just like this. But she, they called and were like, hey, we're looking for, and they don't say it like super outright, but like we want variety in our casting,
diversity,
you know. I mean, I know what they're saying. I mean, and they were very clear about what they were looking for this, and I was like, well, I don't play the cello, and they're like, well, can you like pretend to play the cello?
Can you act
and
like
I was
you?
like, sure. So I hadn't even heard of her at the time, and I was like, okay. It was the coolest experience. Being on, it was filmed on the Salt Flats, and got to meet her. This was before the Sour album came out, and so.
What was the song again?
All I want is something. How does that? Is there something wrong with me? Yeah, cool. And that's actually one of those experiences that really inspired me to go for film acting, because I just love everything about film. There's so much that you don't see. Like, there's a camera and there's a lens, and the people who are seeing me can see this microphone. They don't see all the lights, the number of cameras in the room, the number of microphones. They don't understand that might not understand that this is not a real brick wall.
What?
What?
That's blasphemy. Are you crazy? What are you talking about?
We don't know. Well, I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Are you saying this brick's not real?
This brick is as real as the golden plates in the barrel of corn.
Oh, she went there.
Oh.
What about this brick? What about this brick?
That's as real as...
We have just now
sorry.
Mormon Stories listeners are losing their faith in Mormon Stories.
Dang it. Yeah.
But we digress.
What were we even talking about? Film. Diversity. People kind of tokenizing. I had a terrible experience. May have been last February. So Black History Month comes around, and all of a sudden, everybody wants to be your friend here. Everybody wants you if you're Black in Utah for Black History Month. I was working on the Black History Museum. That was February for Black History Month and June for Juneteenth were the busiest years, and I took the bus on tour. But I had this crazy experience where February was coming up, and a friend asked me like if I'd be interested in playing bass, backing her up for a concert on this. She's just basically like, "Are you available on this date to play these couple of pieces?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm available that day." And then I thought nothing of it. We didn't talk about it anymore. And then all of a sudden, I got this Facebook message and an invitation to an event. And the organizer had pulled a picture of me with an afro offline, and I was the poster child for this Black History Month concert. I don't have a band, but they labeled it the Liz Lambson Quintet, had a picture of me with my afro and my bass, and then paired me with a Black choir. And I was invited to this concert that I knew nothing about. I was like, what is this? I had agreed to play a show on that date. Wait, this is the show that I agreed to? I had no idea that it was even on that theme. And all of a sudden I was like literally the poster child for this kind of Black History Month concert event. And like, I'm okay with representing the community, the Black community in Utah, if people ask me, and I accept it. But I didn't ask to be the poster child for this event. I didn't even know it was on that theme. And so I got in a heated discussion with the organizer. Who came up with the Liz Lambson Quintet? I don't have a quintet. Who got my picture? I didn't provide you with this picture. How did this event come together without me even knowing? And then I railed on him like, do you program people of color throughout the year, or is this just your token event in February to make you look good, as if you care about DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion? Do you actually care about this all year, or is this just something you're doing to make you look good during the month of February? Kind of like people who put up rainbow flags for Pride Month, but really don't care, that kind of thing. So yeah, there are occasions when, I know I'm the token, or I know that I'm often being tokenized. I know it. And I sometimes just accept that, and sometimes I'm upset by it.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. But going back, when I lived in Kansas City, that was the one time where I lived in a place that actually had like a large population of Black people. And it was a place where I would wander around and didn't feel like I stood out. But that is not the case in our beautiful state.
And so in terms of a crack in your Mormon testimony, it was just you noticing that maybe the church wasn't as diverse, the true church wasn't as diverse as you might have liked it to be, or what?
A funny example is like when we'd moved a lot, where I was kind of following along the trajectory of my husband's career, from job to business school, internship to job to business school to job to another job, around the country. And so when we'd move into a new ward, you think this is where you find family. This is the community, especially when you're moving to a place where you have no family and you don't know anybody. The ward you look to as like, hopefully what will become your new family in this new place. But we'd show up and like, people would assume that like I was maybe like a foreign person that Sam met on his mission. Kind of like, I mean, if you like looked at my dad and his Asian wife, you might be like, oh, he's a GI who met his wife when he was stationed overseas, which is true. And in the Mormon setting, you can often think like, oh, he married a person of color, must have been some girl he met on his mission. The ironic thing is I did meet Sam when he was on his mission in Rome,
right,
but I was on tour with the orchestra, so I wasn't like a native in that country. I'm not Italian. But Sam noticed more than I did that people were like not. It took people a while to warm up to me, and as a result, warm up to us as a couple.
And you mean LDS people?
Yeah, like I mean, things can get pretty cliquish. I felt like the young women, young moms who are my age, often would not necessarily include me in things. And I always assumed it was because I was like an edgy artist, but Sam was more like aware that like they were maybe didn't realize that we have a lot more in common than they might realize just by looking at me. So Ithaca was one of those places where it's like the students at the business school who were from all over the world were so cool and so like welcoming and inviting to me. But like the other young moms, like some of them literally didn't want anything to do with me. Like they'd do stuff without inviting me, and I was very aware. But typically in the wards and relief societies I've been in, most of my friends are with older people, older women. I don't know why. I think there's an element where in the Mormon church, I was always looking for mother figures because I didn't have one. So I was always very drawn to older women who'd had children, you know, again, looking for like, how do you do this? Like that interview with Stan's mom, like, give me some tips, give me some support. You've been through this. You know, can you be my friend and help like encourage me as I go on this Mormon mother journey? But yeah, there's also the element of being a convert also creates, I don't know how things are internationally. I think the international church is a bit different perhaps than the American Mormon church and the experience here. But I did, there was a BYU professor. He's the guy who wrote Believing Christ.
Robinson?
Yeah, I had him as a teacher. And he said some comment, sorry, I'm throwing him under the bus. He made some comment about like converts not being like, I'm probably not quoting this exactly right, but this is what I got from it. Like not being like real Mormons. It takes a generation. Like the the way that he phrased it, it's like, okay, I'm not a real Mormon through and through, which is kind of a good point because I've been trying to be, or I was until very recently, trying to be a certain kind of person that wasn't coming as naturally to me as I hoped. So there is also the element that when you're a convert and you join the community, you're not going to have the common connection with the people who come from like Mormon pioneer heritage or Mormon ancestry or pioneer ancestry. One of the experiences that I had just a few months ago, that was the first time I was like, I don't think I can go back to church. It was Relief Society on Pioneer Day. And our Salt Lake City ward had dissolved, as many Salt Lake wards are dissolving. So early last year, our ward dissolved and it was split in half. And we went to a new ward. I'm not going to say which ward it is. You don't hunt these people down, but a wealthier East Salt Lake, very historic building, lots of history, but just a more noticeably wealthy ward. And, where at the ward activity, instead of like powdered lemonade mixed with water, it's like Izzy sodas and bottled water and sticky buns from the local bakery. For Mother's Day, it's not just like a couple Hershey Kisses for the moms. It was like boxed chocolates from Cummings Chocolates. Like, good on them for shopping local, for sure. And those are really good chocolates. But just like little things that definitely signaled like the wealth of the this ward. But and it happens to be in the stake where a lot of general authorities grew up or even live. So Pioneer Day, Men Relief Society, and the teacher asked, like, can some of you share, let's just take a moment and share some of your pioneer stories, like your pioneer ancestor stories. And these are, people who are related to general authority. It felt a lot to me like, tell me the stories of your general authority family members, and like just tell us some nice stories about them. And if you'd said that in that ward, you'd probably be able to fill a whole class with like people's stories of their experiences with general authorities, who they're related to or not related, or their neighbors or whatever. So then all these white women, start sharing their stories of their pioneer ancestors coming into the valley and the hardships that they went through crossing the plains, and some stories of miracles. And I like lost it. I at the time I was not taking my medication and was more emotionally volatile. And I started like sobbing and shaking and yelling at everybody. Not yelling. I'm a pretty soft-spoken person. To me, it felt like yelling, but I brought the conversation to a halt, and I said, like, sorry to be like a Debbie Downer, but like not everyone has this like Mormon pioneer ancestry with these miraculous stories of these white angels coming across the plains. Like, how about the inhabitants who were displaced and murdered? Mm-hmm. How about the slaves who were brought along with them? How about the history of the people of color here? All we're talking about is these white angels. And then I'm like, how about my family history? How about the Black history in Utah? And I started spilling all this stuff that I would share with the Utah Black History Museum. Like, have you considered that? And then, like, how many of you, like, was your grandmother a prostitute? Did your dad shoot himself? We didn't, like, sorry, I haven't even, like, gotten into that story yet. But I, like, went off the rails a little bit. Like this is unreal. And then this tip ticked me off. After the lesson, I had to leave the room. I was, like, shaking and sobbing. And I went to the kitchen instead of the bathroom to clean up my face because I didn't want anyone to follow me to the bathroom. But they found me anyway. After the lesson, they found me, and people were hugging me, and the teacher apologized for taking the lesson in that direction and not recognizing that not everybody has these rosy family histories.
It never occurred to me.
And then, like, some woman was, like, holding me, embracing me, and she's like, "It's okay, Liz. Like, you are a pioneer in your generation for your family." And I was like, do not use that word for me. That's a word to describe white colonizers. Mm-hmm. Like, I don't want that word applied to me. Thank you very much. I didn't say that to her face, but that's what I was thinking. Like, don't call me a pioneer. Yeah. That's not my ancestry. Thank you very much. Mm-hmm. And then some other sister was talking about like, oh, like even if you can't find your slave ancestors for the to do temple work for them, like there are ways. I know that if you try, you can find these names and be connected with these people. And I was like, what are you talking about? Like, I just went home after that, and I was embarrassed. I was embarrassed for breaking down in that circle of very sweet sisters in their cardigans. But after that, I was like, I don't think I can relate with this particular group of people. I mean, it's a different ward. Like already the demographics in Utah are not comfortable for people of color. And then if you happen to live in depending on where your ward is and what the demographics of that ward are, that's going to affect things as well. And I mean, on the street where we live, I mean, I don't know of any Black people in my neighborhood. Definitely not on my street. And so like in the summertime when I'm out gardening in the yard, like I just think that people assume I'm like the hired help, like that I don't live there. It was the same in Kansas City in the neighborhood we lived in, where on the house deed, it was like Black people can't own this property. So naturally there weren't a lot of Black people in that neighborhood. You know, you want to talk about generational wealth and the impact of these things across generations over time. You know, look at like neighborhood demographics, the populations, the neighborhoods, what they looked like when they were established and what they look like now. So anyway, I just, you know, people, if they can't see like my children in the stroller, what they look like, it's like, oh, are you the nanny? Do you live here? You know, like, it's like, yes, I live here. This is my neighborhood. I'm not the gardener. This is actually my garden. These are my flowers. I'm just taking care of them. But
would you mind connecting a couple dots with me on
Sure.
that story? So on the one hand, I could see that the story could probably apply to many, many parts of the United States, Iowa, Nebraska, North Dakota, lots of places in the South. There's a lot of, you know, white places in America. So even though I can maybe guess what you might say, this is all in the context of kind of your Mormon faith unraveling. So can you just explicitly say how these types of stories, you know, how they impacted your Mormon testimony as they were happening? What it translated to in your mind in terms of doctrine or expectation, et cetera.
Well, this is going back to what I mentioned in part 3, which is, you know, what have become my core values over time, or some of my highest core values are diversity, equity, and inclusion. And then in the church, when I'm seeing countless example after example of conformity or the lack of diversity, inequity, and exclusion, it doesn't sit well with me. And the more I would see it, the less comfortable I was. And I think it, you know, when I'm on Ballet West's DEI committee, diversity, equity, inclusion. And when you're in these groups, it's like you get the people of color and you get the LGBT group, and we're just put together. And like we have some things in common, I guess. And there is like intersectionality, where if you've got a LGBT person of color, like, okay, it's all the things. But, you know, like I am very close with that group and demographic as well, in part because we're like fighting for some of the same things in terms of equitable treatment, et cetera. So, it's like in the church, you meet individual people who are like very loving and inviting and say like, we want this place to be welcome for all people. And I really have always been drawn to those open-minded people who are all about creating welcoming, safe spaces for people who are different. But like, as hard as those people will work, they're still in a system that doesn't accommodate those people. Like I was saying, like, can a woman perform the marriage of my child to the partner of their choice in this church? The answer is no. If we want to see that, we will have to go elsewhere. There are plenty of people, church members, who would love to attend a wedding of that nature and would be supportive, wildly supportive. And those are awesome people, and I'm grateful that they're there. But like, I'm looking for the people who will perform that marriage. Like, let's go next level. Like, I want to be with the people who will stand with me and say, that's just not good enough. Like, I can't stand by that type of exclusionary an exclusionary system, an exclusive system. And then, this ties back to that one experience with that professor or the bishop at BYU who was like, if you don't feel like you fit in here or you don't belong here, or if this isn't the place for you, if you don't feel like BYU is a good fit for you, maybe you should leave. And that's what it's come to now. Like, if it just became so clear over time that like the doctrines and teachings of the church are just not in line with my personal values, with what I actually believe. So it doesn't seem to make sense. Like, I love the people. Like I'm saying, there are these amazing people who have these values that I'm talking about, who really want to see more diversity in their wards, who want to welcome people, have, create safe spaces for people who are different, but they're working within a system that's not going to accommodate them. Like, we could dive into gender and gender roles a little bit. Like, I've mentioned that I've never thought of myself as the most feminine female, and but the church is just built around these gender binaries and these gender role expectations. So like, can you go to what if someone pitched the idea? What if I pitched the idea that you go to the temple and the name cards don't have a color? What if it were like a unisex card, or like do we have to gender the experience? Mm-hmm. What if the men and the women don't have to sit on separate sides of the room? What if I want to go and do temple work for a man who I feel very strongly connected to, or something like that? Like,
what if women didn't have to wear dresses to church?
Or in the temple.
Or in the temple.
Yeah. That's such as we've established through these costume changes, like what we wear does make a difference and is a statement. But like, can we get deeper in and just say like, do we have to gender the experience at all? Can we have a white card? A white name card? Does it have to be pink or blue? But if you remove that, the whole thing falls apart. We talk about the people say like, well, Liz, watch out, it's a slippery slope. But like, this particular slope is extra slippery. This mud is the type where you will slide down very quickly if you start questioning something. The structure just crumbles when you pull out just a couple pieces, a couple.
It depends on the binary.
It's dependent on the binary, right? The Mormon plan of salvation, the proclamation on the family
It's all
is as gendered as anything could possibly be.
I mean, and so there's no way, and this leads to the event that ticked me. That was the, what do you call it? There's a word for the thing that
Like
catalyst, the
that breaks the
impetus.
There's something specific to
like the tipping point or the
there's a term that people use.
straw that broke the camel's back.
It'll come to me.
Let's all euphemisms.
Impetus.
Yeah, it's
It's the
it's very specific to Mormonism. Maybe it'll come to me, that metaphor but
When the shelf broke.
Yes.
Shelf broke.
Yes,
You
when the
hit
shelf
it.
broke.
Okay, really
John.
quick. Oh,
Because
thanks.
do you want to explain it?
Well, if this is something that happened in the past few years, I want to go back and just allow you to talk about the November 2015 policy here.
Yes.
Because you did talk about having a gay friend or two during part
that's right.
Yeah.
two, I believe.
BYU.
And I know we probably talked a little bit about the November policy then and maybe the reversal that came, I believe, 3 or 4 years after that.
Yeah.
But this would also be a good place to just include whether or not kind of the Mormon shenanigans of 2008 with Prop 8, 2015 with the exclusion policy, or the reversal in 2018, 2019, at least played some role in the erosion of your testimony prior to the death of, people close to you.
Yes. Yeah. So
And then we can come back to,
Yeah.
well, whatever order
yeah.
you want. But I mean,
yeah, no. So like LGBTQIA plus, all the things, issues have always been very important to me, especially since my very close friend took his life at BYU shortly after coming out. Review that in episode part 2.
yeah.
But and early on, when you talk about cracks in your testimony, my husband tells me that I provided the first crack to his testimony, which is when I had my first baby and I was watching Glee and I was so into like Chris Colfer's character, Kurt on Glee. He's the gay kid. And that was a really, it was a milestone role on TV. I believe that Chris Colfer and Darren, I'm trying to remember his last name, those two actors, I believe that was the first teenage boy on-screen kiss, boy kiss on network television ever. So that was a big deal. And I was so enamored by his character. And at the time I told my husband, like, if any of our kids are gay in the future and like don't get married in the temple, that's totally cool with me. Like I'm there for it. And like that was a thing for him. He was like, wait a minute. Like my wife is saying she doesn't care if our kids get married in the temple. And so, like when I was saying that, when he expressed some doubts and that was like, wait a minute, what does that say about our eternal family relationship? Mm-hmm. So he was taking that into his mind in terms of relationships with our kids. Wait, how does that work if, my wife is saying it doesn't matter if we're sealed to our kids? What? That's confusing. So that I began kind of, I mean, from very early on when my kids were babies before they were born, before I got married. You know, like when my friend died, that became an important thing. And actually, it may have even been before he died. I remember this specific experience that was amazing and life defining. I turned 21, and one of my best friends, who's still one of my best friends now, he's gay. He had to, I think he was suspended from school and had to transfer to the U to finish his degree. Like, what a bummer to like have to like be kicked out of BYU because you're gay. That was the case for him. But when I turned 21, he was like, I'm going to take you for your first clubbing experience. I was finally like old enough to go to a club. And so for the first time ever in my life, I don't know if I've ever done this since, maybe until today, but I got like a spaghetti strap black top from the thrift store. I didn't even wear a bra, and we went to the club. But he was worried about me. He's like, I don't want you going home with strangers. I'm going to take you to the gay club. So he took me to a gay club in Salt Lake City, and I love dancing. I mean, church dances brought me in. Back in the day, I loved dancing, and I wish there were more opportunities for Mormon women to dance, Mormons to dance at all when they're adults. Anyway, he took me to this gay club, and I was having the time of my life. And I like went on this stage area and was dancing with some guys, and this young gay guy was like, hey, like, where are you from? And I was like, oh, I go to BYU. And he was like, you go to BYU and you're here, like with us. And he was like, that's so cool that you are here. And he was so touched by the fact that, like, although I was from BYU, I was like associating with them and I wanted to be there, and I was loving it. I don't know. And I was with my friend, like, who I love. We have a monthly lunch date. And so I remember at that point thinking, like, that's when I pinpointed that I was one of those people who's like, oh, wait, you're Mormon despite XYZ. And it's like over time, there have just become more and more of these despites, like the bag of despites. Oh, Liz, it's so cool that you're Mormon despite the fact that you're Black. It's so cool that you're Mormon despite the fact that you, like, are close with the LGBT community. It's so cool that you're Mormon despite the fact that, like, you would love if one of your kids came out as gay down the road, you know, like,
or maybe even being politically different than maybe Mormon means.
Yeah. It's so cool is that you're liberal and progressive, and despite the fact that you're more, or it's so cool that you dress like that despite the fact, or it's so cool that you're here at this place in this environment despite the fact, you know, on
or that
and
you
on.
support Black Lives Matter.
Yes,
you know what I mean? Like,
all the things. Yeah, it's like, how many of those can you collect before it's like, clearly this isn't like this organization doesn't seem to reflect me, who I am.
It's appearing less and less like your tribe, basically, over time.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, as a convert, I was never a member of that tribe. Here's something that a comparison.
I was going to ask that. I was going to say, were you ever really a part of the tribe?
Right. Okay. Here's a comparison that I've made. I might compare joining the Mormon Church. I mean, we talk about high demand religions, and the Amish come to mind. The Amish have really cool culture and history. There's so much that's really unique about the Amish people. And they, when people join the Amish church, they have names for them. They call them seekers, almost like Harry Potter seekers. Do you know this?
Oh, no, keep going.
So I would kind of describe myself as like, okay, I was fascinated with Mormonism as an outsider. Began to fall in love with the culture, the way of life, the homemaking stuff, the canning, the road shows, the pageants, the history, all the things, just a really interesting, fascinating culture and history. I was very drawn to it. And I might compare it to, like, say, coming from like a high-tech family and then being like, wow, the Amish way of life is really cool. And then kicker, introduce Stan, fall in love with someone from the community and follow them there. So it's as if I had fallen in love, say a young, modern, tech-savvy young woman falls in love with an Amish boy and moves to the Amish community and becomes part of it. And then but over time recognizes like, I really like driving fast cars and just like hearkening back to these memories of like riding around in fast race cars with your parents, experiencing things as a child, in a much different world. And sort of coming to realize like that's who you were this whole time.
Yes.
That person is still there. And as much as you tried to be that culture, like to insert yourself into it, just recognizing that you'll never be that. You never were. As hard as you try, it's not you. So going back to the Amish, this is really cool. They have terms to describe, there are 4 types of seekers. So there are checklist seekers who look for certain specifications in the religion, so it draws them. There are cultural seekers who are enchanted by the lifestyle of the Amish, more enchanted by the lifestyle than with the religion. There are spiritual utopian seekers who are looking for true New Testament Christianity. And there are stability seekers who come with emotional issues, often from dysfunctional families. This is from Wikipedia. I just have to quote my source.
It's interesting.
But so checklist seekers, cultural seekers, spiritual utopian seekers, and stability seekers. And, if you were to apply this to Mormon converts or to myself as a young person, it's like I fit all of those things, like I was reading the New Testament in high school when Mormonism was introduced to me. I was looking for like, which is the true church? I was enchanted by the lifestyle of the Mormons. I was very drawn to the stability of it, stability seekers with emotional issues from dysfunctional families.
Yeah.
So you can see that like how certain religions are so appealing to certain types of people or people coming from specific circumstances. My husband had mentioned that, for missionaries, it's like they're like taught to look for people who are in difficult life circumstances or going through something difficult, because those people are more likely to turn to the church and join the church because it's going to comfort them and meet the need that they're looking for at that time, depending on what they're going through or what their background is. So, it took me a long time to accept that, like, I think I'll be happier if I just return to the original, authentic version of myself. If I just let myself be 100% me with no despites, not like, Liz, it's so cool that you're Liz despite the fact that blank. Like, no, let's remove that. Let's just be Liz, and that's it. Not Liz despite anything. Just just go back to being like the completely original, authentic version of who I am and was and always was.
So when you think about that in particular, this idea of going back to Liz, do you have a strong sense for who that is? Or is that someone that you would say you're actually getting to know presently? Or both? Or...
Both, I would say, because I mean, I discovered Mormonism at an interesting turning point. I mean, I was, at that age where like I got in trouble for wearing short shorts and tank tops. And now I'm going back to wearing short shorts and tank tops and remembering how natural and good and fine that is. The fact that I'm like wearing what I'm wearing is a good example of sort of a new period of self-discovery. I know that people who leave the church are often heavily criticized for like, oh, you leave the church and now you think you can break all the rules and you can go drinking and you can sleep around and you can wear whatever you want and blah, blah, blah. But like, I for one, I really life is about having new experiences and learning from them. I would encourage people to take chances and go out on a limb and get to know yourself in the process. Like my short relief society talk about the cardigan, like consider wearing what you want to wear and see how that feels. Perhaps it's scary. It's scary, but I tried alcohol for the first time just like a few weeks ago. Actually, okay, my first taste of alcohol was with the grandson of a very high-ranking general authority. I will not name any names.
Certainly not connected with Ballet West.
I don't. Stop it. No name dropping here.
No, of course.
Stop, John. Stop now.
Yeah.
But he offered me some whiskey, and I was like, "What a great opportunity!" With the grandson of a first presidency member.
You were like, this is a moment.
You just narrowed it down to 3.
We're really into it. We are.
Stop.
Can I just say?
Stop.
That was you, not me.
I know. Sorry. I was like, what a great, what a memory. What a memory to
It's a
make.
moment, for sure.
So yeah, we cheers, clinking our glasses of whiskey, gave it a try. Disgusting. So gross. And then,
but now that knowledge is yours.
yeah.
To
and
have.
then, just a few weeks ago, I had my first experience, like actually putting down a few drinks to just see what it feels like. And it was terrible. And I don't think I'll ever do it again. I didn't know that. How was I supposed to know that you shouldn't drink when you're taking certain medications? So
there is that.
Yeah, I got very drowsy and dizzy and felt horrible. And also I just really didn't like the taste of it. Like it tastes like acetone, like nail polish remover to me. And so, it doesn't matter if it comes from white grape juice or red grape juice, or if it's mixed with ginger ale or Sprite. Like it's like adding gasoline to any of those drinks. Like to me, it tastes like the chemical that is alcohol itself, to me, has a terrible flavor. I would rather have the Shirley Temple without the vodka. That sounds tasty to me. But add the alcohol and it's just gross. So, but at least I tried it. I don't know. I think there was some value to giving it a try. But
can I ask you just about this idea of being Liz? How has that, you kind of wearing that and moving forward with that, how has that translated into some of these pain points that you were experiencing before. For example, guilt about being a creative and a mom. Can you talk about that at all? If it's changed your relationship with yourself, about how you feel, about what you need, and who you fundamentally are.
Absolutely. There's so much peace. I love being me. It's such a good feeling. And for everything about me to be 100% okay. Not just okay, great. I want everyone to feel that way. Just comfortable in your own skin, happy to be you, where nothing's wrong with you. You don't have to like fix anything. You're just you. And it's wonderful. I want everyone to feel that way. It's, it started in high school with like, okay, well, to be Mormon, you need to change this about yourself, change this. These are all the things that are wrong. Stop drinking coffee. Stop wearing this. Stop doing this. Stop going to see these movies. Whatever, the long list. And gosh, I loved coffee before I joined the church. It's so great to like have that flavor back in my life.
Oh,
I love it. And I feel like it's so cruel to tell sleep deprived parents that they can't have it. Like, I mean, people talk about, I didn't know, this is me being ignorant, but I always thought that moral relativism was good. I still think that. And it wasn't until recently that I learned that like the phrase moral relativism is like a bad thing for some. But I always thought of Jesus as a moral relativist who like makes exceptions for people who are different and makes room for the people who aren't like following all the orthodox rules that the Pharisees had or what have you. So, like one of these ethical dilemmas says like you have a sleep deprived parent in a room with ingredients for dinner on the table and starving children and a cup of coffee. Does the parent stay on the couch, miserably tired, unable to drag themselves up to that counter of ingredients to prepare the meal for the hungry child? Or will they say, no, I will not drink the coffee. I refuse. I must stand my moral ground and follow the rule that I have committed to. I will not break the word of wisdom. And then the children go to bed hungry. And like that literally describes my life, especially when the twins were infants. Like my children were going to bed hungry sometimes because I just didn't have the energy to like make a good dinner. Like they just eat like cereal or, I mean, that still happens. I absolutely support cereal for dinner. Please, parents who are struggling, if you think that that's a bad thing, give yourself the cereal for dinner, get out of jail free card.
But
it's okay.
within Mormonism, where it's an optimization plan, and in your role, you're trying to optimize. Mm-hmm. Like there is a little bit of that. You know what I mean?
I was going to say, said no Orthodox Mormon mom ever. You know what I mean?
I think there's a lot. I think there is more room for that now. I mean, the church put out some nice videos of like the struggling moms.
A little more humanity.
But that's
like
only after hemorrhaging members. Yeah. They kind of backs are against, it's not modern day revelation. It's literally a response to massive hemorrhaging of members, doing market research about why people are leaving, finding out that so many women are depressed, suicidal, leaving because of all the perfectionistic demands, and responding to it, in almost like a business secular way after doing customer research instead of through divine revelation.
Yeah. I mean, like I will just throw this out there. Like, I began drinking coffee maybe a year and a half ago. I resigned just like a month and a half ago. So like, but adding that to my life, like, improved the quality of life for my children, like almost more than it did for me. Like, the afternoon cup that would get me through making dinner and bedtime, that has improved their health, you know? Like, I don't care about me even. It's like, it's that, like, why can't we just do what's going to make life better?
Like they could teach us correct principles and let us govern ourselves. Is that what you're saying?
Sure.
But also there's that idea too of allowing yourself to have a need and fill the need yourself.
Deciding how to fill the need yourself. Right?
So you're kind of turning the deprivation service, model of the kind of Mormon mother on its head a little bit, where it kind of, I think, for me anyway, it kind of glorified selflessness, like this absence of self. Mm-hmm. I just don't need. I show up and I have endless amounts it turns it on its head of this idea of like, wait, what if I actually fulfill my own needs and it actually helps me show up in a way that translates to everyone. Everyone's better for it.
Yeah. I mean, people, it's been clear from the start that, like, if I'm working, if I'm allowed my creative outlets, if I get to play music or whatever, like, that of course it makes me a better mom. I need that. But there are these other elements, like the coffee. And like, I was able to, I remember coming home from the temple and like having my cup of coffee and talking about how great the temple experience was. And my husband, Sam, was like, how are you drinking the coffee and telling me about how great your temple, like, how is that? How can all those things exist in your mind at the same time? Whereas he was hiding the coffee maker when his parents were coming over, like putting it up in a closet because he didn't want them to know. But it's much easier for me because, again, it's like I'm returning to like kind of this original version of me. Whereas for someone who has a Mormon family, Mormon ancestry, is very deeply from the culture, it's not as easy to walk away. There are a lot more strings attached. I mean, like, we were talking though about LGBT issues, rewinding a bit.
I want you to forgive me because I'm going to ask one more follow-up question just because we're on the topic.
Okay.
And then we'll come right back to LGBT. Is that okay?
Uh-huh.
So I'm struck by the irony that you're a teen without parents forcing an oppressive religious system upon you, with a dad begging you not to join an oppressive religious system. So you have every opportunity to just be Liz in your teens, and somehow you feel like you need something like Mormonism so that you can be whole in what you need to be. So you join it by your own accord against all, pressure and influences from your family, and that you felt like you needed it. Because if the answer, fast forward to now, if the answer is to shed all that garbage and just be Liz, I'm like, and of course you're not the only one. Like, I call the children of secular parents cult fodder. Like, I have met so many converts to Mormonism who were raised by secular parents. There's something weird about the human experience.
It's the seekers, the types of seekers.
Yeah. But I mean, isn't that weird? I guess I'm just thinking,
weird.
I'll just say it.
Yeah.
I mean, why do we have an appendix? Why do we have vestigial organs? Why do I have a deviated septum? Like, if you believe there's a creator, and of course you may or may not, but like for those who believe there's a creator, there's so many poorly engineered parts of the human body that if you believe in a creator, you're like, God, what were you thinking with, certain designs? It's like that with the human experience. I'm just thinking, why are we created such that when we're teens or young adults, we seek out these systems when we get to the end of that abusive system, the answer is to just be you in the first place. Why can't we just be us in the first place? That's my question.
When you're that young, this is when you only think in black and white. You can't reason with the complexities. You don't know them yet. There's a level of innocence. And I will remind you that I came from a family with violence, dysfunctionality, generational racial trauma, like these things that I did not see in the Mormon families. So again, like the types of seekers, I was probably above all the stability seeker, the one looking for stability coming out of a very dysfunctional, violent atmosphere.
And literally during this time, you have no closure around this major trauma that just happened. Your mom is gone.
Yeah, I was looking for moms.
You have no sense for like why that happened. There's no context. So you're like actively as a teen living non-closure.
Yeah.
In a really traumatic way. Like to me, it makes so much sense that you were trying to get your needs met.
Yeah.
And that's all any of us are trying to do.
I was looking for peace. I was looking for people who loved me. I was looking for people to take care of me. Honest to God, if you're there. Like I was looking for people who would like feed me, like not just spiritually, but like physically, like the times in my life when I missed having a mother figure the most was when I got married, in the temple or the marriage prep class. Did I tell you this story about the teacher being like, this moment is really the groom, you need to step out of the way. This moment is for the bride and her mother to plan the wedding of their dreams. And Sam had to leave the room and broke into tears. He was feeling my pain. Like I don't have my mom to like plan my wedding with me. Like that's not happening. And then the other time was when I had babies and I'd see, other young moms whose moms would come and stay with them for sometimes weeks and help and be there. And then continually, moving on, seeing how close they were with their moms and their moms would watch their kids so they could go on a date or whatever. And like, whereas I hired nannies, it just became clear that if I want that flexibility or freedom, like I'm not going to find that from my immediate family. Or I don't have a mom who's going to fly in and stay with me for a couple of weeks.
That's so powerful because that really shows how grief is ongoing.
Oh yeah. The hole will never be filled. Never.
Yeah.
Never.
Yeah. It's like you're having to grieve your mom in all these different stages as you go through your life.
I mean, someone recommended the book Crying in H Mart to me. Like, it's about a girl who loses her Korean mom and she's an American dad. And I think you might like it. I might like it. It's a story about this Korean girl whose mom dies and she loses her mom and is mourning and like connects with Korean cuisine and food. And that's how she like can remember her mom. And like, I'm like that. Every time I eat a freaking piece of kimchi, it's going to remind me of my mom. I can't go to a Korean restaurant all casual like everybody else as if it's just like a fun, cultural, yummy experience. Like that's me sitting at the dining table with my mom feeding me octopus legs and lettuce wrapped rice with gochujang and anchovies. Like that is taking me back to that. Like I will never not be reminded of her. I was at Smith's just a few days ago, looking at houseplants. My mom was really into houseplants. I really like them too. She was really into floral patterns. I really like them too. I'm wearing floral right now. And then this woman passed by me who looked Korean, but older. And she looked like, for a moment, I thought like, what? Like she looked like how I might imagine my mom might look at this age.
It could be so haunting.
After this time, right? It's like, oh, the ghost of my mother just passed by. It's like unnerving, and it can happen at any moment, any time. These reminders. I mean, the stress and anxiety around abandonment, we haven't talked about that much, but abandonment issues. Like the summer that I got married, like my husband was my new protector. He was my person who was supposed to be there for me, right? Like, so I wouldn't be alone. And even the sound of his keys when he picked them up to leave the apartment in the morning where he would leave me alone, the sound of his keys jingling brought me immediate anxiety because he was leaving me. He was going to leave me. And like, sure, he'd come back around dinner time, but like, I knew that for those hours while he was at work, I would be alone. And I still like, he was going to accept like an internship with like Bain Consulting or something that would involve a lot of travel. And I was like, no, I'm not marrying you if you are becoming a consultant because I want to spend time with you. And like, you have to know this about me, that I really struggle with abandonment issues and feeling left behind. And like,
that was my first job after Margaret and I got married, working for Bain.
And you know what? He did travel an
I did
awful
abandon
lot.
her all the time. Yeah.
Sucks,
Anyway,
right?
sorry.
So then like, you know, later, the times when our marriage, I think, was the most unstable for me is the times when Sam had to travel a lot for work. Yeah. That's when I was really like, this isn't working for me. But so, you know, now I'm not as, I don't freak out as much when I hear the jangle of keys, but honestly, I still do sometimes. But now it's more like when I see him packing his suitcase and when I hear the door close as he's catching his ride to the airport, I have like these moments of like I'm not only, and I'm not totally alone, but like I have all 5 kids.
Yes.
You know?
It's a little similar.
Yeah.
Like I can see like it makes all the sense, Liz, is what I want to say as you're talking. Like even the idea that didn't your mom initially say she was going to go visit and see family?
Yeah, we thought
and so you had in your brain, like, she'll be back.
Yes,
she's going for this reason. So it totally makes sense that even if a person has a reason that in your primal brain, like your development brain, it's sort of like sometimes people say they're coming back and they don't.
And what I feel, and I felt, Sam went on his first business trip like last week. And what I feel is like when I can't see the person, it's like they don't exist anymore. It's like he's disappeared. It's like he's totally gone. And that's what happened, you know, like when my mom left, it was like, does she exist anymore? Like because there's this truth that like, maybe she does. She might. I have no idea. But there's a chance that she's somewhere out there in the world. Again, like, what if she was that person who passed me in Smiths?
Exactly.
So it's like they're out there somewhere, but when I can't see them, there's like this disconnect. So I feel that when my husband travels, it's like, he just disappeared. He's totally gone. Like, I'm suddenly in this house as if he never existed. It's like, it's very jarring for me over and over.
Yeah. And well, first of all, that was so powerful for me. And I know it was for Margie. So thank you for being willing to share that. Cause that's as raw and as vulnerable as it can kind of get, is just core feelings of abandonment.
Yeah.
And as we're applying it to the church and
Yes, I
why,
didn't finish this thought.
oh yeah, go ahead.
But that's one of the cool things about Relief Society. Like, I don't know if I could have gotten through the childbearing years without the Relief Society's support. For them to show up and bring me meals after having the twins, like, people rallied. And like I said, there was that sister who like volunteered her time 5 hours a week so that I could do whatever I needed to do. And because they just knew, like, I think I complained about the element of like the older generation being like, oh, I had 9 kids, suck it up, you know, but at the same time, I had 9 kids and I know how hard it is to have babies and to be nursing. So let me bring you a meal. Let me support you. So there is that, like, the Relief Society is there for you. I don't know how I would have fared through the childbearing years without the support of the Relief Society, in the absence of having a mother or like a sibling or something, like coming to, like, being there for me at that level of involvement, with that level of involvement. So like, it's sort of there's the John, why did I join the church as a teenager? Survival. You're trying to survive.
Yes.
There's survival instincts. You talked about this last night with John Larson. The things you do when you're just trying to stay alive. That was me at the end of college, thinking, if I go on the road as a traveling artist, there's literally a chance I won't survive. I could potentially take my own life given the mental health state that I'm in. It would be better for me. It would increase my odds of survival if I marry and create a stable family life for myself and find a spouse who has health insurance, who can help take care of me so that I will survive, so that I can literally survive. During the childbearing years, those Relief Society women bringing food to our family were helping us literally survive. And this is the interesting thing. Last year, 2022, at the beginning of the year, I said, this is my year to shift from surviving to thriving. I was finally at a point where I wasn't just hanging on to things to stay alive, just for survival. And it occurred to me that, like, I think a big part of what has held me to the church is that it's been one of the mechanisms or the sources that I've turned to help me survive. But now I think I'm strong enough that I could not only survive without it, I believe that I might thrive without it. So,
yeah,
I love that so much.
yeah,
I love that so much. It makes, like, what if, John, in actuality, the church showed up as a life preserver?
I think
and
so.
she was able to grab it and hold on while, you know, in moments to kind of stabilize, to gain skills to the point that you could let go and actually realize, I can swim on my own. I got it.
Yes, I feel that now. Like, I don't need, you know, like how I talked about the bishop or the priesthood leader becoming the middleman between me and God. It's like, I don't need that middleman anymore. One of the things I want to say, one of the things that kept me from leaving for a long time was that I thought that leaving the church would mean leaving God, and discovered, because at one point when I first joined, it felt like the church and the Book of Mormon and the things I was learning were drawing me closer to God. But then as the more and more untruths and false doctrines worked their way in, it began to push me away from God. The mists of darkness provided by Mormonism itself was separating me from the truth of the God that I got a glimpse of at a younger age. The more I used to be really frustrated with the evangelical Christians in my high school because they'd be like, no, God doesn't like that. God says this. And I'd be like, who are you to say, like, to put words in God's mouth that way? Like, how do you know? Like, who are you? Like, you 16-year-old member of such and such church to say that that's like the definitive, that's what God is, that what's coming out of your mouth, that those are the words of God. I mean, it's really confusing, but it's why I'm losing my train of thought. It's just, yeah, like over time, like the God that I once felt so connected to began to like kind of morph into something completely unrecognizable. And that leads to the revelation to leave.
Okay, really quickly, I still want to make this final summary thought. And this is me just trying to process everything and make sense of it, because that's what I'm always trying to do. And we also need to talk about the LGBT stuff, because I stopped you before we got there. But let me, if it's all right, let me just kind of, this is an aha moment for me that I'm hoping occasionally listeners and viewers say, John, we value when you can sometimes share, a particular thought. What I'm showing on the screen now, and you can't see it, is Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And basically, it shows at the bottom of this triangle, kind of core, and this isn't even really a good, but basically the idea is in Maslow's hierarchy of needs, it starts out with your very core needs, like shelter, food, water, sleep, and like core physical and psychological needs, right? And then then as you start going up the triangle, there's safety. And then that's just like, not getting killed, not getting abducted.
Which you were also looking for.
I was looking for that.
Yep. And then you go up from that, it's belonging and love, which again, I think, you were looking for that.
Yeah, these are my friends that were showing me great amounts of love that I wasn't finding
right.
at home.
And then you go up from that, it's kind of self-esteem and I think that's probably applicable. Oh,
they're telling me you're a divine daughter of God. You don't have to feel crummy about yourself. Who cares if your mom left? We think you're great.
Right. Yep. And these are all foundational. These are all core. And then if you can achieve all of that, then it goes up to cognitive, which is where the intellect starts kicking in. And then above that is a word you'll love, aesthetic, right?
Yeah.
And then self-actualization. And what I think
that's the process right there.
Yeah. And I think, and even with the John Larson episode last night, one of the things I was grateful we were trying to do was to show compassion and empathy and even gratitude for the Mormon church. Cause it's so common when you lose your faith or when you leave it to say, it's awful. It lied to me. It abused me, blah, blah, blah.
It saved me.
Right. What I'm trying to tease out is up to what point was it useful and helpful? And then at what point did it stop being useful? What it sounds like is when you needed safety, shelter, belonging, friendship, love, self-esteem, food, right? Or even the Relief Society needs casseroles and help with, it was totally rock solid there for you.
Yes.
Like in a super helpful and life-saving way almost.
Yeah, all those times we moved and I needed a community, bam.
Yeah. And in that sense, maybe many of us, if not all of us, just need to remember to hold a space of gratitude for what the church offered us.
I love Mormons. I love Mormonism. My oldest son, he's, it's been difficult for him as we stopped going to church. And he was talking about, I was like, you can go to this young men's activity if you want. They're having a game night. I don't want you to miss your friends, If you want to go be with them, I'm totally there. And he's like, well, I just don't know what to say to them. Like, oh, my mom hates Mormons now. So, and I stopped him and I said, no, this is not about hatred. I love the Mormons. I wouldn't have joined the church if I didn't love them so much. I still am so fascinated by the culture, the history. Joseph Smith is such an intriguing character. There's so much about him that I think is really just, interesting. And so I told him, please memorize this line, not to indoctrinate. Now I'm indoctrinating him with new things, but I said, please memorize, say this after me. My mom doesn't agree with some of the doctrines. That's really what it comes down to. It's not the people. I love them. I reached out when I resigned. I texted quite a few people and said, I won't be coming back, but please, let's still be friends. Please. I had my visiting teacher, they don't call it that, my ministering sister, when I told her that I wasn't coming back, she said, she's the one other woman of color that I met in this ward. I'm quoting her. I didn't say this. She said this. She said, how can you leave me with all the crazy white people? Not all white people are crazy. I'm just going to say that. I didn't say it. She said it. But yeah, I know that I am missed and I miss them. I love those people. I still want to maintain friendships and close relationships. Because these are people who saved me in my times of need. And I hope I can still be there for them in that way. I hope that I can still be a friend to them in the way that they have been to me. I don't want to lose these relationships. They're very important and special to me. I got a Christmas card from Stan's family, just this Christmas. And I see now that there are a lot of things we don't have in common, politics, all kinds of things. But I still cherish them. I really do.
Yeah.
Stan's grandma just passed away, and I read her obituary, and it's wow, what a woman. I think 52 grandkids or something like that. Pretty amazing.
Yeah. Well,
can I just add a little something to that? Because I do appreciate this idea of gratitude, and that with some people's stories, for them, the church saved them, or an aspect, or really was what rose up as a resource for basic needs. Okay, I'm just going to yes and that, because that can still be true. And it can still have overall caused harm for that human being that they have to reckon with, work through. And so I always, because I'm very I try to be non-binary.
Just like a loving parent can cause harm.
Yeah, totally.
That's right. And a really emotionally immature one or abusive one can have moments of showing up in love. And so recognizing that things are complicated and nuanced and overall messy, I think is so important for people. That we can't just kind of, for the most part, say, well, it's this or it was that. It's that oftentimes it's a whole lot of things that can be really oftentimes conflicting to hold inside.
Totally. I talk about how what a loss it was to lose my mom, but if you recall in episode 1, I think I mentioned that I was actually relieved when she left because she was so hard on me. Her expectations, she's the one who turned me into a perfectionist with her expectations for my performance in every area of my life. What would that relationship have looked like actually over time had she stayed? It may not have been very positive. So yeah, it's complicated. I was both honestly kind of happy that she left at the time, but I'm recognizing that there were also a lot of things I missed out on not having her in my life. But yeah, I think you've used the term abusive parent. The church can be like an abusive parent. Yeah, they're like, okay, the church helped me survive. My parents, my dad helped meet a lot of my needs. But then, there were, of course, damaging interactions that I'm still processing and trying to recover from.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's just ironic because there's nothing else. What else is stepping up? Take your average high school kid who feels lost. What else besides high demand religions are stepping in to provide resources for teenagers in crisis than churches?
Yeah. And
I guess I wish either the human experience or society could develop other organizations to step in and provide teens what they need besides high demand religions that are just going to punt problems forward and lead to future trauma.
Well, money is, come back to money. Like the church has the money to provide a lot of resources.
Right.
I mean, it's just me like crawling towards the nice thing. I mean, one of the young women's activities that I went to in high school, something I'd never experienced before. It was like a pampering spa night with like scrubbed facials, masks, nail painting, like what? Like I had never been spoiled like that. And who's paying for that? The Young Women's Fund? What? Like the church paid for my face mask that night as a visitor. And like,
or maybe we should say the members paid for the.
Oh yeah.
I'm just kidding.
No, it's true. Like, where does the money come from? And then like when I became a young women's leader. I was in young women's presidencies a couple times, and it was super frustrating because I was like, this is just the party planning committee. Like it was like the office where I'd be like, how about green balloons? And then Angela in the office is like, green is a whorish color, but they wouldn't say it quite that meanly, but there's, all these like little passive aggressive comments and in the young women's party planning. Like, it's just like, we were just, and that's kind of, it's kind of cool. The youth program is very well supported, and they have the funding to do like all kinds of fun activities, and I benefited from that. So there's a lot of fun draws.
Yeah. It's just ironic, and it's just paradoxical for me. Mm-hmm. But this is your experience, and I guess at some point if the church does its job and really helps you move up Maslow's hierarchy of needs, it kind of, in a sense, pushes you out.
It does.
Because at some point got all your material needs met. You've got your family needs met, your social needs met, your temporal needs, your psychological needs. And then all of a sudden you can care about aesthetics and social justice and your own self-actualization. And in that sense, the church very unintentionally pushes you out and says, time for that bird to leave the nest.
Yes.
And I'm going to say, isn't that weird that the church, if it does its job right, results in you leaving it?
Yeah.
And then isn't it weird, sad that the church can't figure out how to develop a space to keep those people that are ready for self-actualization? Why does self-actualization have to involve leaving the church that got you to the point where you were ready for self-actualization? Isn't that a little bit ironic? No? Or is that just the human experience?
Well, I think that all of us have an inner child and we want to be taken care of. And so I think that, I don't want to say that the church is built to just for children, but it kind of like, there is a point where you think, maybe I don't need someone to hold my hand through all of this. Maybe I have a friend who, she manages a lot of people, and she's like, these older women, it's like they want me to hold their hand through everything. And it's so frustrating. And I told her, like, well, do you realize like the generation that they come from, like women have been how do you pronounce this?
Infantilized.
Infantilized. Like these older women, especially in their generation, have been treated like children for their entire lives by their husbands, by their church leaders. So of course they're turning to you to like hold their hand through every step of what they're supposed to be doing. Because that's just how they were raised to be. And so, yeah, you know, as a woman in the church, I'm realizing like, wait a minute, I do think I'm quite capable of doing what the priesthood holders are. We could get into women in the priesthood, but like,
yeah, the church tells a 45, 50-year-old woman what she wears to church, whether she can show her shoulders, what beverages she can and can't drink. Like, it infantilizes all of us.
Yeah.
And at some point you don't want or need that anymore.
Yeah. It's, yeah, there's a point where like you can, I mean, the idea of like teach you the correct principles and then make your own decisions. Like that moment when I came back from the temple and was drinking my coffee and my husband was like, what, how? But I'm like, well, I've decided that coffee is the right thing for me. And it's not like a moral dilemma for me at all. It's just a choice that I made that feels very right for me. So I don't even have to like, it's not a something that I'm even concerned about. And, you know, leading to, I don't know, is it time to talk about the revelation to go?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you for letting me explore that. I hope it wasn't a total waste for the listeners.
No.
Things we have to talk about are the LGBT.
Uh-huh.
Go ahead, Margie.
And your dad.
Your dad, finishing
kinda
the cliffhanger.
Right, the cliffhanger. Mm-hmm.
And then the other place you were going to go.
Writing the letter.
So take it in whatever order you want. Thank you for letting me explore that.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Well, I think chronologically, if we pick up at that cliffhanger.
What, is that before or after LGBT?
Before.
Okay.
I mean, I said it. I already said it. My dad shot himself. Like, he died by suicide. And that was this was 2 years ago, almost exactly 2 years, January 5th, the day before the insurrection. He would have gone nuts over that news. Watching it on Fox News, his station.
Wait, as a black man?
Oh yeah. Yeah, my dad's an anomaly because he was the most racist black man I know. I mean, look at the way that we were raised, away from the black people.
So he internalized.
Oh yeah, and then like I internalized it as well. I mean, you can see I married a white man.
Yeah.
I made that choice. Like yeah, he was, and his affinity for guns and gun rights. Like, gosh, you know, I mentioned like that one of our last arguments was about my kid finding a loaded gun under the couch. And like, I went to Colorado Springs, back to my childhood home, and I was helping clean up all his stuff, pack up all his things, go through all the things. And I was going through his stack of t-shirts, and like I pulled out one that says like a t-shirt that said, "You control your kids, I'll control my guns." And it was like, dude, you're dead and we're still arguing about this? Like, give me a break. Like, man, like, anyway, I mean, that's a whole story. Read the book. Come back and read my memoir next year to learn more about that experience. But when someone dies, that's a lot of times people question their faith and reassess their core beliefs when you lose someone or you go through a major life change like a divorce or a death or something like that. And so it was definitely a time when I was thinking about the concept of eternal families again. And, the night before my dad's funeral, early in the wee hours of the morning, so it's technically the morning, I think it was about 2 a.m., my one first cousin that I know who's alive called me in the middle of the night and just was dumping all this stuff on me. This is how I learned about my grandmother being a prostitute and some stuff about my dad's childhood that was just horrifying to learn about. You learn, it's amazing the things you learn about a person once they're dead. Like when you're going through their stuff, when you're reading old letters or notes or finding old pictures or hearing stories that people were afraid to tell when they were alive. It's amazing the things you learn. And then it created all of a sudden this greater compassion for who he was and what made him the way he was and why his life ended the way that it did based on just his experiences and the traumas that he experienced, how that affected him and then in turn how that affected me. And, but when someone dies, you start reflecting on the nature of eternity a little bit, where people go when they die. And here's a thing, my dad and I didn't have the best relationship. At times it was totally, they were abusive. And then when, take for example, the father of the family where he killed his children are you from Enoch? Enoch.
I think.
And there was some big backlash when his obituary was published, and it was just very rosy and talking about his great relationship with his kids and what a great dad he was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so you get that when people die, it is a great time to reflect on the good things, the good memories, fill their obituary with all the nice things you can think of. I wrote my dad's obituary. It's not really fun. And then a few months later, I wrote his sister's obituary. I came home from my dad's funeral, and then my son's piano teacher died of COVID. It was just a season of death. Mm. Just people dying.
Yeah.
And, but despite all of the kind of good memories that I was trying to come up with and the good things as I was writing his obituary, I didn't shed a tear. I not even at the funeral itself. I was just stone cold. And I realized in Mormonism, it's there's so much emphasis put on these eternal relationships and families being sealed together. Why isn't there room for us to just say goodbye and move on? We don't all have to be connected. There are plenty of people, family, friends, who come into your life for a season and a time and a purpose. And I think it's absolutely okay to let them go and move on. Mm-hmm. And you don't have to hold hands for all of eternity. It's okay to say goodbye.
Even if they're family.
Even if they're family.
Yeah, to some, I don't think about this enough. To some, the teaching of eternal families could be traumatizing and a nightmare.
Yeah.
We don't think about that enough.
No, yeah, absolutely. And so, and they make room for that in the doctrine by saying, well, if a person's sinful or evil, then you won't be sealed together. But you try to throw in those rules, and then all of a sudden you're being separated from people who did minor things, but you still love them. That girl who masturbated and now can't get married in the temple. Oh no, we're not sealed together. Dang it, I really liked her. Now we can't hang out in the celestial kingdom. So it's, but then you get down to things where people are violent and murderous and like, yeah, of course you won't be sealed to those people. You don't have to, you won't be together. You won't be in the same celestial mansion together.
It always comes down to Heavenly Father's going to make it all right. And if that's true,
it's all going to work out.
then why are the stakes high now if Heavenly Father's just going to make it all right?
Like afterwards? I was saying, like, what's up with us not focusing on the quality of our family relationships or our relationships in this life right now? Why do we let things like, my son is gay and so I'm going to exile him and you are no longer a part of our family. And then yet like, wait, what, are you supposed to somehow find your way back to each other in the eternities? What about the quality of your relationship in this life right now? Like, can we find a way to love each other at full capacity now instead of waiting for when we're like perfected in the next life? But, like I'm saying though, that's a bit of a tangent, but like, I really think it's okay if we're not all connected. I thought it was so interesting that you brought up something recently where like people, there like aren't enough names to do in the temple. Like they're just repeating names and like finding ways to like
Hitler and Eva Braun have each been baptized and had their endowments done and been sealed together like over 10 times. I mean, that's wrong on so many levels.
Yeah.
Like, and I don't mean to distract by invoking Hitler or Eva Braun, but it's just the church has run out of names over and over and over again and has not tracked the ordinances tied to people's names. And so by a factor of like 8 to 10, most temple work has been a complete waste of time in terms of actually delivering ordinances that mattered.
Yeah.
You could say it's all fine because it's transforming the lives of the members.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of time and money and energy that could have been redirected towards, to your point, making relationships better now, but to a different point, healthy, clean water, literacy, poverty, abuse.
Yeah.
It could be a huge waste of time.
You get to the doctrinal motivation, and the way that it was explained to me during my conversion experience was like, some of the most important work is that all of us are sealed together from Adam and Eve. Like the whole human family will be sealed together. Like we have to baptize everyone who's ever lived, ever needs all of the ordinances performed for them, which is a lofty goal. But that just seems so contrary to the whole plan of salvation outlined with agency and choice as an element. Like, not all of us are choosing that. I mean, very, very early on, when I was at BYU, I chose, in my mind, what are the kingdoms again? Terrestrial,
celestial's the highest, terrestrial's the medium, telestial's the lowest, and then there's outer darkness.
Okay, so the middle one. Terrestrial. I was like, I think that's going to be a good fit for me. Because people are like, you'll go where you're comfortable, right? And I was like, I don't think I'm going to be comfortable in the celestial kingdom with these people. I don't think that's going to be a good fit for me. So I decided that, like, you know what? The celestial kingdom isn't for me. I decided that even before I got married, because just like what it takes by Mormon standards to get there just didn't feel comfortable. Doesn't seem like my kind of club.
Or desirous.
Maybe. Yeah, like I'm saying, like about the feasting in the temple, sitting in the celestial room, like it is a lovely, beautiful country club setting. It's really a nice place, but like I feel better about picnicking on the lawn with the lessers. I'm going to just be one of them.
And then you think about what Jesus would probably want to do.
Right.
Would he want to be in an ornate chandelier?
Sit under the chandelier.
Or would he want to be with the poor outcasts.
Yeah. I mean, and I was labeled at BYU as an adulteress, and he was very friendly to the adulteresses.
Adulteress for for masturbating, by
Yeah,
the way.
right. For having sex with myself. Ugh. Can't get over that one. Still recovering from that one. Yeah, it's just all, there's so many incongruencies.
That's powerful. I'm so sorry about your dad. How
Oh, thank you.
was that super hard? I imagine it was super hard.
I mean, like, it felt a lot like the one time that I cried a few weeks after he passed away was a moment when I was just feeling sorry for myself. I was feeling like I don't have parents anymore. I've lost both my parents. And what made me cry a little bit was the old feeling I had when I was a kid, which was that neither of them loved me enough to stay. They chose to go, both of them. They chose to leave me. Like, there was nothing about me that was enticing enough to keep them around. You know, like my dad never made it out to see me perform at the ballet. I really wanted him to. And he was very proud of me. He did want me to send him the programs for all the performances that I was in. And I never did. I have a stack of programs that I meant to mail him and I didn't. He was always very proud of me. I don't doubt that or question that at all. He constantly would tell us how proud he was of us as his kids, like how accomplished we were, especially when you look at where he came from in his childhood and his background. To have all of his kids have, all three of his kids graduated from college and are doing really well and are happy and healthy. And that's more than he could have hoped for, given his background, the poverty that he came from. But, you know, it's hard, like, when someone chooses to take their life and you have a close relation. Well, I mean, as close as, we weren't super close, but I'm still, like, he was my father and I was his daughter. But, you know, you just think about, like, how there is, like, a thought that crossed my mind, like, had I not joined the Mormon church, would we have been closer? You know? Like, that did put a wedge between us. Like, he wasn't even allowed to come to my wedding, you know, that whole thing.
Yeah.
Like, what, I mean, we could go back. The whole what if game is it's not super productive, but it's hard not to go down the what if lines of thinking sometimes, where it's like, what if Mormonism hadn't separated us in this life? Would we have had a closer relationship? Would this have happened? Would things have been different? I don't know. Something to think about, though.
Mm-hmm.
And then, yeah, but it really did. When he died, I felt like he took my mom with him. It's like both of them were finally put to rest. My sister got married after his death, and I think she was like relieved to just get married without him there. They also had not a great relationship, if you could even say they had a relationship at all. And then there's this other thing where, like, you know, I felt when my dad was alive that I always needed to prove to him that, like, Mormonism was the right choice for me. And there was this freeing element once he died where it's like, there's no one left to prove to that this was the right choice for me. I could walk away and feel fine. You know, I was always like, I'm going to be a Mormon wife and I'm going to be so happy. Mormonism is the key. The Mormonism is the key to happiness. And I was always like trying to like not show my cards that I was too unhappy. I mean, every time he called me, I would be like super depressed because I had too many kids and I was like drowning and like just like, oh, I'm so sleep deprived and I just can't, it's too hard, you know? But anyway, once he was dead, it's like, oh, I don't have to prove like one more like one more reason that I don't have to stay.
I mean, what I'm hearing is you might have had to eat some crow if you had left the church while he was alive.
He would have been like, I was right. Like that T-shirt, like, you control your kids, I'll control my guns. Like, let's just argue about it. Let's just be at odds.
Most of the time, someone is afraid to leave the church because of the believing parent. So this is the first time maybe I could think of where someone was afraid to leave the church because of the non-believing.
Yeah, I was trying to like prove it to them that it's like, I made the right choice. I was right. You were wrong. But no, I think, you know, the two things, again, that he warned me about were racism, racist ideologies, racist teachings. Just look at the Book of Mormon. It's just there. And then the quality of life for women in the Mormon church.
Yeah.
Because he saw that I was so intelligent and smart and talented and capable, and he was so excited for me to go to college and to like just like be a high achiever. I was always a high achiever. I think I still am, given my circumstances. I'm trying my best. I'm very driven. And he didn't want to see me held back in any way. It's kind of like when that AP history teacher was like, are you going to go to college? And I was like, I just, fallen in love with Stan. I was like, no, I want to be a mom. And she was like, Liz, you're so gifted. Don't like throw away the idea. Don't completely put aside the idea that you could do something with your intellect. Anyway.
Yeah. Okay. Should we circle back to the LGBT stuff? I did pause you when you were going to be talking a bit more about that, because there was still the November 15 policy and the reversal and if any of that. And I don't remember how much of that we addressed in a previous episode.
Not really. I mean, when we lived in Orange County, the summer we got married, it was 2008. And that's when we were kind of instructed and required to canvass in support of around the whole Prop 8 thing. And that was uncomfortable. In 2015, when that happened, I was in a much different mental state. I had 2 young kids and wasn't like super aware beyond the survival mode I was in at home. So I'm going to play that card as an excuse that I wasn't super...
You're surviving.
Like into it and or aware. But if we, fast forward to November 2022, just a couple months ago, that's when that federal bill supporting same-sex marriage passed, and the church put out a statement in support of it. And that made the New York Times. I'm an avid New York Times reader. Apparently I read the New York Times too much because it's pulled me away. I'm too far left. No, but I love the New York Times. And so they did an article kind of featuring like, oh, wow, look, the Mormons supported this bill. But of course, there are a lot of underlying reasons why, because it also doesn't it protect the church's nonprofit status? They can still keep their rules of not allowing gay marriage within the church.
They can expel gay BYU students. They can fire employees for being gay, and what they were really doing is protecting their right to discriminate by creating the appearance of supporting LGBT people, when in reality, all that it did was basically say, we're not going to invalidate existing same-sex marriages. And it's like, whoa, is that really a magnanimous thing for a church to say? We're not going to fight to invalidate existing same-sex marriages?
Yeah, it's not it was totally just a political move.
PR, yeah.
Yeah, and that just disgusts me. Again, that like connection between religion and politics that they say is not a thing, but it totally is. It's very frustrating, and it's like it's disgusting to me. So I had a friend from Colorado Springs, high school friend, who sent me that article from New York Times. She's like, "Did you see this?" And it was one of those messages that was like, "Liz, I've just always admired you for being such an advocate for the LGBT community, despite the fact that you're Mormon. I just thought about your family when I saw this article." And I was so disturbed by, I was just sitting on that, stewing over that, the despite, all the despites, we talked about that. And so there was a night, I think it was November 19th, a Friday or Saturday night.
This is a couple months ago.
Yeah. I couldn't sleep. And I was on the couch downstairs. I just stayed on the couch all night. And I didn't mention, it was a year and a half, it was summer 2021, when my husband approached me in the laundry room and said, just so randomly, I was folding laundry, and he was like, "Liz, what if we didn't raise our kids in the church? I'm learning a lot of things." He had just read like the CES letter, and he was going down. His shelf was breaking. We didn't explain that metaphor, but there's, there was a Mormon teaching where it's like, put your doubts and your worries on the shelf. Don't think about it too much. If you have some kind of doubt or something that's really bothering you, just set it on the shelf. And so his shelf was breaking. He was coming to some big realizations, and our oldest son was approaching the age of receiving the priesthood. He would be eligible to receive the priesthood in January. So a few months before that, my husband's like, "This might be the time when we should consider not moving forward." Because a lot of the damage starts happening when they're youth. And, you mentioned this, like, okay, we could have our kids go to church and grow up in the church, and then when we come home from church, try to deprogram and explain away and try to, like, clean up the toxic spills that happened
Deprogram
before they become mutant teenage ninja turtles from the toxic spillage. Or we could just like not expose them at all and like pull out before it starts getting intense. And the law of chastity teachings and then teachings about gay marriage and such. Those were concerning. And, because I suspected, I don't know, I can't say how my kids are going to turn out or what choices they'll make in the future, but I always want to make room for anything and everything and like, so, as I was saying, like, could my kid marry the partner of their choice in this church? If not, let me reconsider. Is this a community that's going to be safe for my children? Is this going to be a good place for them?
They're kids of color.
They are kids of color as well. Yeah. So
there's the misogyny, the racism, the LGBT stuff. Yeah. There's a lot. And the chastity, morality stuff.
Mm-hmm, purity culture. And it's like, okay, even if my oldest son is presenting so far as pretty straight, if one of his younger brothers comes out down the road and he's all in, is that going to create a wedge between him and his younger siblings? Will that create division? Will that create disdain or sort of like this self-righteousness? You know, we also want to create unity within our family. So
There's also the dynamic of if you or Sam leave, but your kids stay faithful.
yeah.
Then are they looking down on their parents or even alienated from their parents? Or if they marry an Orthodox woman, is she doubtful and suspicious of either of you if you're not fully in?
I mean, they're total. That's still a possibility. All these things are possibilities.
Yeah.
You know, one of them could become like me in high school and find
That's
Mormon
right.
friends and fall in love with a Mormon girl and
Yeah, it
follow her to
happens.
BYU and all the things. Like, it could happen.
Still could.
Like, there's only so much that's within our control, right? As parents and as people in general, there's only so much. But it's like with the opportunities and choices that you can make, what are you going to do? So my husband had presented this idea to me that we not raise the kids, that we not continue beyond primary. And that's when I started, like, you know, the prickling, the animal instinct, digging my heels in, like, no, you're not taking away this thing that I love and that I've sacrificed for. And so, there was kind of a point where it's like, okay, our ward dissolved. Would we attend the new ward, or would that be the time to stop going? Like, that was a moment. And I was like, I really love Mormon people and I want new friends. Like, I'm very social. The pandemic influenced people a ton. It affected the membership of the church a lot. When people weren't attending, you know, it was a time to reassess. We did the same thing. Our ward dissolved during pandemic season. The numbers dropped so much that the ward could no longer survive. So like pandemic, I'm like, but like, I want to make new friends and I want the kids to go to this ward where there will be a bigger primary so they can have more friends. Like, we've been so isolated. The community aspect was so important to me. I just wanted, and I still, like, really enjoyed the quiet place, the opportunity to meditate. I have to admit, like, it is a place where I could find a connection with God. I wasn't going just for my kids. I was also going for me. Like, you know, I could go, I thought, like, you know, what if I just go by myself? That was an option that I threw around. Like, I can go and I can sift through the bullshit and the stuff that's, like, valuable. I'm old enough that I can do that, but my kids can't. So what if I just go by myself? What if I become one of those single ladies in the Relief Society who goes till my dying day, and just, like, holds on to the good things that I love about it?
And there is this tradition, very small, of progressive liberal Mormons that are, you know, feminist, pro-LGBT, you know, sex positive, who know all the history, who don't even necessarily view the scriptures as literal, don't see it as the one true church, but
that describes me pretty well.
Yeah, it's symbolical, it's metaphorical, it's spiritual, it's community.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if it's true, and everything's harmful. So it's just one of many harmful organizations, but it's my tribe.
Yeah.
So there's a tradition there.
Yeah. That's me. I was like, you know, there's so much good. The community is lovely. I loved the new bishop in the new ward. Really gem of a guy, and we'll come back to him. Or maybe I should say it now, because what if we don't? Let's just say, when I resigned, I do want to spend some time talking about the resignation day itself, but that man and his wife were so excited for me. They were so happy for me. Like, I wrote this letter that you read that explains my thought processes and all the things that led me to making this decision. And you can't read it without like recognizing that a lot of these points are very valid, right? And it kind of just wraps up in a nice, not super succinct, but a 7,500 word, 16-page letter. What led me to resigning. And they read the letter, thought it was beautiful. And we just made a day of it. I went to their house, presented them with a hard copy. Resignation Day was a beautiful day. And they were so happy for me to be Liz, fully Liz, to like be the most authentic version of myself. His wife was even like, we were talking about this, like, well, I thought maybe I could go just by myself, or like, take the kids through their primary years, and then like when young youth program, maybe pull them out. And she's like, my bishop's wife said this. She's like, oh no, not even primary is safe. They'll sing things like follow the prophet, and you don't want your kids to like get that in their heads that the prophet is the only one who speaks truth. She, like, the bishop's wife is telling me not to take my kids to primary to sing the song.
This feels like bizarre land,
right?
Celebrating your resignation as a Mormon from the Mormon church
bishop.
With your bishop and his wife. That sounds like bizarre land.
I know, and we're like, let's remain friends. Let's go out to dinner in January after the holidays. Like, let's. And they're like, how can we support you? What do you want from us? Do you want us to not talk to you? Like, we kind of established like, don't call us, we'll call you kind of thing. On
the one hand, it sounds like the ideal response. Mm-hmm. On the other hand, I can't imagine any apostle being okay with that being the response. Right?
I know, it's a little weird, right?
Yeah.
Like the bishop.
Like, I think they're going to get in trouble. The story gets told.
I mean, this bishop is so open-minded and progressive. Like, we did allow our oldest son to get the priesthood, and because I was like, I think it should be his choice. Like, he's been really involved, and so I talked to him about it. And like, do you want to do the priesthood thing? I was really nervous about it because it was like a major introduction to him and the patriarchy. Like, let us introduce you formally and let you be accepted into the patriarchal order.
Yeah,
and that's really made me nervous, again, as the only biological female in our home. All the men growing up thinking that they're have more power or status than me, who cleans up after them all the time. That's pretty much my main role, I feel, at home these days. But we let him do it. And there was this big hesitation because my husband was like, I will not let any other man ordain my son to the priesthood. I will do it. Even though he was not faithful or believing, he's like, I'm not letting anybody talk bad about me. Like, this is my son. So he did it, even though he like doesn't believe it, but he ordained our son. And then No, I'm not going to say that. Zip.
You were about to say something that might get someone in trouble?
Yep.
Okay.
But then it came like, okay, is he going to go to the temple? Is he going to go do baptism? When is Lewis going to go to the temple? There were people waiting for that moment. When's Lewis going to go to the temple? Who's going to take him? And I still had an active temple recommend, even though I was drinking coffee and I wasn't wearing my garments much. We should talk about when I stopped wearing my garments.
And I guess I want to ask whether that was with the bishop and stake president's consent or whether you had to be vague. But you don't have to answer that because I don't want to get anyone in trouble.
I will just say that, like, my bishop's super cool, right? Or my former bishop, because he's not my bishop anymore. Yeah. But my former bishop, he was super cool. And like, I was like, okay, I'm going to bring Lewis. Lewis is interested in going to the temple on the temple trip with the youth baptism trip. And I wanted him to go because it's one of the most fascinating things about Mormon culture, this whole idea of like proxy work for the dead. Like I was saying, like this kind of weird stuff is like really like fascinating to me. And I wanted him to like be in on it. a little bit. It's like, if you have the opportunity to go, and because I was like, you got to see the inside of these temples. We drive by them all the time. I want you to see the inside. And they're like these oxen around the baptism pool. It's really cool. And like, I just want you to like go and like see what it's about. Kind of how I felt when I got my endowment. Like, let's go see what this is all about. You know, like I want in on this. Like weirdness. Let's see it. I want to see it, you know? So I wanted that for him too. Like, hey, like there's all this talk about the temple. I want you to go and like check it out. See, like, because it is a cool concept to do a service for someone who's dead. Mm-hmm. It's like kind of seance-y and like it's a little bit like Wiccan. Like I like it. It's like the voodoo doll. Let's dip him in the water. He's baptized now.
It's religiously freaky.
Yeah, love it. It's cool. It's different. So I wanted him to experience that. So, but he needed to have an interview with the bishop, and my bishop or former bishop was super cool. Like I don't do interviews with the youth. Unless there's a parent present. I'm not, because we were very clear, like we will not, none of our children will be asked about their sexual behavior, anything like this. Even if we're present, please don't bring this up. Like this is not, we're not going there with our kids. So I made it very clear to him that like, we don't use the word worthy in our house. We don't use that term. We don't talk about worthiness in our home. That's a toxic word to me. So although this is a worthiness interview, if you can please refrain from using that word when you interview my son, that would be great. And he was very respectful.
He was down.
Yeah. And had this very like loosey-goosey, vague temple recommend interview, asking questions like, do you pray? My son's like, sometimes. Do you read scriptures? I have a set. Like, he has a set. We don't really read them. So, like, well, do you want to go to the temple? Sure. So that was it. Like, do you have a desire to go? Yeah, I think so. And so, okay, well, have a great time. We'll pick you up on Tuesday and we'll take you. So I didn't go with him. He just went on a youth trip. And he thought it was really cool. And he had the experience that I was hoping that he would have, which is just like, go have a little inside look at what this is about.
It's like a cultural field trip.
Yeah. Yeah. I really saw it that way. Like, just go. It's like if you have an opportunity to go in, like, go for it. Like, tell me what you think. It's a cool concept. I still think it is.
Do you want to talk about your temple recommend interviews with your bishop in terms of coffee and other things?
Again, they're so progressive. They were like, coffee's fine. Like, no big deal. What's with these people like binge drinking Diet Coke? Coffee's so much more natural. They were just so cool. I mean, and my temple recommends a little older. So like I had gotten it. And yeah, like, I mean, I was just starting to interpret things in a very like relaxed way. Like, okay, I'll put on my garments to go visit the temple. I just want to, but I'll take them off when I get home. Like, I mean, I do want to mention like when I decided not to wear my garments because it was a momentous and special occasion. I have not told very many people this story because it could be incriminating. But for those who have stuck with me this far and listening to these podcast interviews to this point, I think you've earned this story. Thank you for bearing with me up until this point in like 2 hours into episode 4 with Liz Lambson. You are getting a treat right now in the form of this story. And it involves, okay, the weekend that Roe v. Wade went down. And I was really upset about just the idea of white men making decisions about women's bodies, right? And reflecting on garments. I said earlier that to me, you know, what you wear affects how you feel. And the feeling that I got from wearing garments was a feeling of submission, being submissive, And so the weekend Roe v. Wade went down, I had already been kind of off and on with my garments, but I was like, I think I'm done with these. I don't like that. They just embodied to me the idea of women's bodies being controlled by others and often men. Like the fact that the only person who can see you without your garments is your husband when he wants to sleep with you. Like it's just a weird, unhealthy thing, you know? And so the weekend that Roe v. went down, I was really upset about garments. I got an email from my talent agency, my acting agency. I had forgotten that I'd submitted my headshots and resume for a movie. And I got an email saying, casting has requested that you submit an audition for the role of streaker. And I was all about it. I was like, my body, my choice. If I want to run around naked, I am going to. I will do it. So I followed the audition instructions. They said, wear a bathing suit for your audition. Very specific, like do these actions, do this sort of like chanting cheerleader kind of thing, submit the audition. And so my husband is like, watch, I was filming in the backyard. So I'm like running around in the backyard in my swimsuit, like filming myself, like doing these like chanting things per instructions. And my husband's like, my wife has lost it. She's gone off the deep end. It's been lovely knowing her. Something's happening here that I can't explain. So I submitted the audition. I forgot about it because that's what you do. I audition for so many things, and it's best to just forget about it and just assume you're not going to get it because you have to handle a lot of rejection in the acting world. And I'm new to it, so I especially expect a lot of rejection. Anyway, I got a call a few weeks later saying like, you've been you've been like earmarked or tagged for the streaker role. But before we go forward and book it, it's the agent on the phone, like, I just want to make sure you're comfortable with this. Because I think a lot of people didn't audition for it because they're not comfortable with it. Especially in Utah, it's hard to come by actors of color, so that works in my favor occasionally, and then actors who are willing to do things like run around naked on camera. That's also me, apparently. So she called and was like, are you sure you're comfortable with this? And I was like, hell yes. Like, my body, my fucking choice. Like, it's like, what? And I was saying, like, what could be more joyous? I was beginning to embrace my body as more than a sexual object, more than just a walking womb for bearing children and creating children. I was finally beginning, as I was letting go of my garments, to understand that my body is like this beautiful, marvelous thing that's mine, and I can live in it and experience joy in it, and make my own choices as far as what I will do with my body, how I'm going to use it. And like running around without my clothes on, that sounds fun. That just sounds like, what could be more free? What could be better? Like, how many times do people want to do that, but they're going to get pulled over by the cops and for indecent exposure, you know, like
a license to streak.
yes, like what an opportunity. That's how I felt about it anyway. And so I was like, no, I want to do this. You don't know what it means for me as a woman who is finally embracing my body fully. Like this would be an important thing for me to do. It would be very meaningful for me to have this opportunity. So long story short, I booked the role, me and another guy, a gay guy who, like, we had a great conversation about gender identity at the time. This is another story. You'll have to read the book, the future book. But like me and another guy were cast from my agency. There's nothing that can bond you with someone than an experience like this. He will always be a close friend to me because we went through this experience together. But I'm not sure if I should say the title of the movie. It's still in production. But I will do some name dropping and just say that I got to be on set and meet and streak for Willem Dafoe in a film directed by Patricia Arquette, who watched my audition video and was so excited that I was there, and I was so excited. And Elizabeth Lale from Netflix U, and oh my gosh, why am I spacing on his name? Jack Nicholson's son was in it. I got to hang out with and meet like some really cool people. It was one of the most unusual and special, bizarre days of my entire life. And
now, did you do this before you resigned or after?
Before.
So you probably will be the first and the last Mormon woman ever to appear in a Hollywood movie as a streaker.
I think probably. I don't know. Who knows?
And you wouldn't have been able to do it with a traditional Orthodox faith.
I think so. Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I mean, there are a number of not just Mormon women, but like I did a commercial with this amazingly buff, literally a romance cover model dude with like long blonde hair. But he's super, super Orthodox Christian. And he was describing to me how he has boundaries, how he doesn't do nude. He'll strip down, but like cover himself very strategically. And he just wants to save his body for his future wife. That's something for his future wife. He believes in celibacy before marriage. And I was really admirable. Like, but yeah, there are people who go into acting and they set their boundaries and they stick to that. And I'm so new to it. I'm like, whatever. I was just really open to, but that's my personality though, too. It's not that I was doing it for the money. That wasn't my drive. It just sounded like a really fun opportunity, and it was. So I will always remember that. The weekend I officially stopped wearing my garments for good was when Roe v. Wade went down and when I got offered the opportunity to streak for Willem Dafoe.
Great story. Thank you for sharing.
Should we go back to the letter writing business? Yeah. So, the night I couldn't sleep. It's the night I couldn't sleep. And that's right, because I had to rewind and tell and explain that my husband's the one who proposed initially, not just marriage, but proposed to leave the church, which surprises a lot of people when they hear that, because again, like, I'm more outwardly out there than he is. Like, and you can do things like look at my Instagram and see me not wearing garments. Whereas if he's not wearing his garments, it's not so visible. He stopped wearing his garments long before I did. But like the moment I post a picture of me in shorts, like, what is happening to the Lambson family? You know, it's Liz. Liz is bringing them all down. It's Liz, the black girl.
Pioneer Heritage Mormons are going to blame the convert, son or daughter-in-law if their precious child ends up leaving.
Yeah. I mean, and that was, I said I wouldn't talk about them.
That was me. That wasn't you.
Yeah. There's so much that I could say that I'm not going to say.
But it's systems, not people, because everyone's operating in a system. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But yeah, it's like, they're like, well.
That was me speculating. That wasn't you dishing. By the way.
Yeah. but let's say it's like, well, who's going to take the oldest son to the temple? It's because my husband declares, I don't go to the temple anymore. So like, who's going to take the son to the temple for his first temple experience? We must find someone looking around Liz and beyond Liz, because clearly Liz must have abandoned ship long ago.
And you still had a temple recommend.
I still had a temple recommend. So I have to like butt in and be like, I could take him. I can do it. I'm still hanging in there. You know, I'm still attending. And I kept paying the little bit of tithing that I could on my smaller income for quite a while. Whereas my husband stopped paying tithing years ago. Just seeing the corruption, or, it's not cool. It's not cool to expect, to only like allow people to attend the temple if they're paying. It does give it that country club vibe. Anyway, I couldn't sleep this one night, and I started having these like visions and this, and what was keeping me hanging on, again, I've said this already, but just the idea that like, but I can't leave the church because I believe in God. I'm a spiritual person. Leaving the church would be leaving God, right? And that's where my husband and I kept butting heads, because I was like, atheism, I'm trying it on for size, and it's not working for me. I am just a kind of a spiritual, empathic person, and I feel like there's energy that's outside of me that brings me light and peace, and I recognize that. Maybe the Mormon Heavenly Father is not who that is, but I still, like, when I meditate and when I pray, I feel a connection to something beyond myself, and I don't want to, and I want that in my life. And so far, the Mormon Church is where I've gone as my place of worship, as my meditation house, as my place where I can connect and feel good feelings. And my husband's like, well, can you find that in other places, like out in nature? And I'm like, well, I don't know. Like, something that I have appreciated about the Mormon Church is the rituals, things like the sacrament and the meetings and even the temple stuff. Like, I think that's there's value to these rituals and like actually doing things in a form of worship. But I had this revelation that night that I couldn't sleep while something crazy was happening in my hometown near my house. But I had these feelings wash over me where
the shooting at the gay bar happened in your hometown.
Oh, you let it out. Yes.
You didn't want to mention that?
No. That's
I gave
what
it
I'm
away.
hinting at. Yeah, you
I gave it away.
The
Oh,
punchline.
I'm sorry.
But no, it's okay. So the night there's something very bad happening in my hometown as I can't sleep, as I'm receiving these revelations where it was like,
oh wait, you were having this revelation before you heard the news?
Right. It was happening.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Like, it was happening while I couldn't sleep. And I was like thinking about, I was stewing over the girl from my high school, from my hometown, who had sent me this email saying like, oh, Liz, it's so cool that you are such an advocate for the LGBT community. Meanwhile, something terrible is happening to the LGBT people in my hometown. Like, and I was like, how long can I remain affiliated with an organization that doesn't reflect my values, especially on this point, stewing over thinking about all of my gay friends, my very close gay friends. And this is something I didn't mention as well, that I have not been very open about. But again, for those of you who have stuck with me thus far, I will treat you with this secret tidbit that I haven't even shared with my closest friends, which is that the book that I wrote, the fiction novel that I wrote, was a gay romance. And it was written from the perspective of a boy who falls. It's really sweet. It's very like high school. It's nothing like totally. It's not like an adult romance novel. It's more like a rom-com, a teenage rom-com. And I wrote it from the perspective of a boy. And last year I was really grappling with the fact that like I super, super connect with gay guys. And I began to like understand that there is more to it than meets the eye, and that I understood. And I began to like finally recognize, and a couple years ago, a friend of mine, we were talking about pronouns and gender identity, and I had never admitted this to anyone before, but I had told my best friend, like, if it came down to it, like I do feel like if there's a binary with the man on one side of the line and a dot for male and a dot for female and a line, it's like I don't feel like the term non-binary never, like I didn't identify with that because it seemed, in my mind, it seemed to place a dot somewhere between male and female. Whereas for me, in the way that I feel inside, it's more like if you folded the line in half and put the dots on top of each other. It's not being between the two dots. It's being both the dots at the same time.
It's not a neither, it's a and.
Both, yes. It's not being somewhere between male and female. It's being both male and female. And I finally learned the term for that just a few months ago. Actually, a few days after I resigned, someone called me and was like, "We've talked about this. We talked about this when writing your book," because I was like, I wrote this book from the perspective of a boy, and it felt so good and comfortable and like great. And I just found that like the more I watched, like, because there's more of it now. The more I watched like boy love stories, reading or watching in movies, like it really resonated with me, not in a way that like, and this I talked about with my gay friend, my gay streaker friend, because I was telling him about the book, and he's like, you got to be careful about like fetishizing like gay relationships and like, because there are a lot of women who are like really into it. And I was like, come at it from my perspective, where like I am writing from the perspective of this boy, this gay boy, because that's kind of how I feel like inside. I mean, it's not, and the way I would describe it is like when I'm watching like a show or a movie, I really love like Heartstopper. I love Young Royals, and those are stories about high school boys falling in love. But like, when you watch a movie and like you really, really identify with a character, and it's like you could crawl into that character's body and you would feel at home there. And that's what I found when writing my book or watching these certain shows, where it's like, I feel like I could crawl into the body of that boy and feel very, very at home and comfortable and good. And that feels good to me. So anyway, someone called me and was like, "Liz, have you ever heard the term bi-gender?" And I was like, "No, tell me more." And like, okay, so there's, so you have sexuality and you have gender. You have bisexuality, where you're sexually attracted to men and women. And with bi-gender, you identify as both male and female. And I was like, that's it. that's the word I've been looking for. Like, I know that these labels and stuff, like, some people think they're not necessary and people are really like running away with all these labels and things. But like, there is something really comforting about finding a word that kind of encapsulates how you feel. That's the magic of language. I mean, things have names, people have names, feelings have names, words communicate very specific meanings. And so it was really cool for me to find a word that seemed to describe how I feel. Anyway, I don't share that with a lot of people. But,
Now you've shared it with a couple 100,000 people.
but I don't know these people.
Has that made you consider different pronouns, or are you still more comfortable with she?
I mean, I think that visually I present very she-ish. And this is what I told my friend a couple of years ago. I was like, if I were to really like dig into this, they seems like a good fit for me. But like, I don't feel like a plural person though. I feel like both things. I'm still a singular. I don't know. People.
They can be a singular pronoun.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Like, so like, I mean, I'm not going to run away with it, but like, I think the she, they pairs is really nice to me. Cause like both those things resonate with me, but I'm cool with like she, her. I think visually that's easy for people to swallow. And, it's sort of the way that I dress most of the time. But, and I'm still like, I'm still figuring myself out. This is like a revelation that I had just very recently, kind of the discovery of this word and what does that mean? And like, but it kind of helps me understand like how even back to high school and you look at BYU, like I really, really connected with gay guys, even when I didn't know they were gay, like even before they came out, like I just like felt this like draw to these people and like it's almost like there's something that makes us similar, but I couldn't quite put a finger on it. And like, again, these are people like my friend who took his life where like we were super, super close before he even came out. And that, there have been several people like that. And I don't know. I mean, I have very close gay friends and I feel very connected with them for a number of reasons. But again, in terms of like church membership, it's like, how can I truly tell these friends that I love them and care about them and be a part of an organization that treats them this way? It's just, I can't in good faith remain affiliated with an organization that has been so cruel, kicking my friends out of school, pushing them to take their own lives, stripping them of hope for the future, just not allowing them in the temples. How can I truly be a friend to my best friends and be affiliated? So that's the word that I was sitting on, affiliation. How long can I remain affiliated? And then that led to, what would it look like if I unaffiliated? What would it look like if I completely disconnected? What if there was no, like, I used to say like, well, I wouldn't mind if my kids went to BYU. There's really good education there. But then I'm reflecting more and like, well, what if they didn't? And what if we stopped going to church completely? What if we just totally, what if I totally and completely unaffiliated? What would that look like? And I was just washed over by these intense feelings, like this vision. And I felt that God, I haven't felt so connected to the divine. I haven't felt so strongly that God was communicating to me directly as I was in that moment. And it's like this being power was telling me, if you leave, I will be even more with you. We will be even closer. You will be stripping away the things that are pushing us apart. and I will offer you even more protection than what you are finding in the church structure. If you're worried about losing the structure, the community, the safety of it, I will provide you with more safety, more protection, and more connection if you go. It's like I was being told, it is time to let go, Liz. Your life, I promise, will be better if you go. And I am giving you permission, not only giving you permission, I am encouraging you to take this step. And this was coming from God. And I this leads to what my song is about. I had in the days following, I was visiting, I visited several churches, going to different choral programs, different concerts in different church buildings. And it was amazing. Like, after letting go of Mormonism and taking the filter away, the amount of goodness and light that I was seeing around me, that I wasn't like trying to, I no longer had to like filter or explain through a Mormon lens. The amount of light I was seeing and absorbing from people and places was incredible. It's like that lens was very, very foggy. And by taking it away, suddenly I could see so much more clearly, and so much more light was coming in. Like if Mormonism was a hole in the lid of a shoebox, you take the shoebox lid off and like a flood of light all of a sudden. Really amazing feeling. And I went to a couple choral concerts, and I realized, like, you know what? If I were to choose a new religion as I'm looking at these churches, what has made me feel most connected to the divine in my life is music. I have felt more like out of body experiences, like taken away into another world through music. And I thought, if I had a religion, if I did, it would just be music. So I was at these choral concerts, one at the Cathedral of the Magdalene, one at the First Baptist Church in Salt Lake, these historic buildings, beautiful. I was listening to this music, and I was just like, I was being like just overcome with these good feelings of light. And I had a vision during one of these concerts where I was the baby Moses looking up at my birth mother, and she was about to put me in the basket and put me in the river and send me away. And I'm like, and she represented the church, the Mormon church, that had fed me, kept me safe, was taking care of me. And I'm like, but I love you so much. Why do we have to part? Why do we have to separate like this? But she knew and received a revelation from God. I think my bishop did too, like this feeling like it's time to part. And so God has told Moses' mother, and Moses knows too, that we have to separate. And his mother is like, you have no idea the future that is ahead of you, the incredible things that are going to happen. If you stayed with me, you wouldn't experience those things. And I love you so much, but you're going to have a better, more meaningful life if we part. And I just had what it felt like to leave the church was like being in the basket, looking up at the infinite sky, the dark night sky that goes on forever. And there's a line that says that in my song, like, the sky goes on forever. And like you're feeling like the movement of the waves, you feel yourself in motion, you're moving away from your mother, you're moving away from the church. It's really frightening, because you don't know what the future is going to look like. But then there's that knowledge, though, that God has promised a bright future, that there is a future for you beyond the church, or the life you knew before. Not just any old future, a great future, an epic future. Your story will go on. It will be epic. You have no idea. It's a leap of faith to step into the darkness. It's a leap of faith to let go of your mother and be washed away down the river in the basket. You can't see it, but there is greatness ahead. And that's what I felt. That's what I felt like. So I wrote a song about it. And it's called Never Too Soon, and you can stream it. I don't know if you should include it.
Maybe we should splice it in right now and let people listen to it.
Listen to the song. I'm playing it in the studio. Singing and guitar playing, disclaimer, is not my greatest strength, but it's a sincere song, and it's the first song that I've written as myself. I've written music as as myself since getting married, since before I decided I'm not going to be a full-time artist, I'm going to be a Mormon mom. I have written music as Lizzie Luna, a matriarchal figure. It worked within the context of being a Mormon mom to write music for children. So this is the first time I've just stripped all that away, and since I married and became a mom, and wrote a song that's just me, from me to you. I hope you like it.
And the song again is called?
It's called Never Too Soon by Liz Lambson. It's on all streaming platforms, YouTube, Spotify, Apple Music, Amazon. And the cover art is kind of cool. It's from 1504, an illumination from a biblical manuscript, and it's of Moses being spoken to in conversation with a spiritual figure in the burning bush. So the lyrics kind of harken back to this idea, but I was really touched by Moses' story, and also by the story of Abraham. I loved and I love the Mormon Church. I really do. And I felt like I was being asked to sacrifice something that I loved very deeply. The idea of Abraham putting his son on the altar, being told by God that that's what he should do. And that's what I felt like. I felt like God was saying, like, Liz, it's time for you to go. And I'm like clawing, hanging on. You don't know how much I've loved this. How much I love it actively. I do, in this moment, feel so much love for the Mormon Church. It's something that I cherish. It's magnificent in so many ways. And I was being asked to sacrifice it, and for the benefit of my family. The Abraham and Isaac story doesn't work super well because Abraham doesn't end up having to kill his son, but I did leave the church.
So should we play it?
Oh yeah.
So let's cut
hear
to it now.
Okay.
We are now going to play
Never Too Soon.
Never Too Soon
by Liz Lambson.
by Liz Lambson. Here it is, and then we'll come back to close.
Hi, I'm Liz Lambson, and this is a song that I wrote called Never Too Soon. And one of my favorite movies growing up, because my dad forced it to be one of my favorite movies, was The Ten Commandments. And so this is a song that is written or sung from the perspective of the baby Moses when he is separating from his mother, and she's sending him down the river and saying that he'll be better off. He has a bright future ahead of him, and it's hard for them to part and leave each other, but it's what needs to happen. This is Never Too Soon. You're dressing me up to go, wrapping me up your tuskets, linen round my torso, set me down in a basket, lower me down in the river, cradling deep in the flow. Don't say it's my time to be taken into the mystery, forsaken. sky goes on forever. Don't know how long, how far, until I meet another mother somewhere down the river, ready to raise me a prince, ready to call me a leader, not knowing ever since I need her, but I need you too. Can't I wait, can't you? I'll look back for you. Can't I wait, can't you? I'll look back and I'll miss you. I will miss you. You say that it's never too soon to be. You see the new moon. Just let them carry you. The rushing waves of water. Downstream life will be better after the blood and the hail. Darkness hot as the fire. Water walls gold and calves desire. Chariots chasing your eyes up as you climb to the mountain. Ashes and smoke in your eyes. From the bush voices like a fountain. A fountain. Words of light heavy as stone. Words of light heavy as. Words of light heavy as stone. Words of light heavy as. I can't wait, you'll see. Don't look back for me. I can't wait, you'll be better off, but I'll miss you. I will miss you. I'll miss you. I'll miss you.
That was beautiful. And it only took a few
you.
takes, right?
Oh my gosh, that was the first thing I did when I came in the studio, and I was so nervous. I was more nervous to perform that than to talk to you. So that's why I was like, let's do this first. Let's get this out of the way. Because I haven't played guitar and sung for like an adult audience. I've done it for kids through Lizzie Luna, Yoga Storytime. Plenty. But kids are an easy audience. They're not super particular about the quality of your performance. They just care about like how they're feeling and if they're having fun, which is great. So performing like as an adult for adults is like pretty scary. I'm, much more confident on the bass. I do play bass on the track if you listen to the track. And clarinet. I also play the clarinet. It's on the track. So yeah, I definitely encourage you to listen to the recorded version because it's very clean. It sounds good. But it was really hard to play that in one take, as you know, because I had to do it quite a few times. Because unlike when you're in the studio, like we only had one camera and like this microphone setup, and there's no way to like edit or splice together multiple takes. Mm-hmm. So it was really hard for me, but thank you.
So we'll include the link to that in the show notes.
Yes.
Yeah, for the studio version.
Yes, please listen to the studio record of it. It's really beautiful with all the guitar parts and bass and clarinet and vocals. And my producer was really, really cool. And like part of my gender identity, like something that I used to be ashamed of is that my voice is very low. It's kind of masculine. Like when I went through puberty, my voice dropped like dramatically. So I would answer the phone and people would think I was my brother. And so I was really self-conscious about having a low voice. Like I can sing really low. Like, John, where's your voice hit? Oh. okay, I can't go that low, but like your speaking voice, like, anyway, it's, I used to be really self-conscious about my voice, and I would always sing really high in my falsetto. But my producer was like, dude, you can sing really low. Let's use that. Let's lean into it. And so we did. So you'll hear on the track that I sing really low. I sing like an octave lower than I would have in several places when I'm harmonizing with myself. And so that was also really like a magical experience for me as I embrace like my masculine traits and just lean into it and realize like that it's unique and it's special. And a lot of women can't sing as low as I can. So listen to it if just to hear how low I can sing, because it's kind of cool. And it's the first time I've really like just like leaned into that in that way. So,
well, how should we, I mean,
what about the shooting?
Oh, yeah. So I was just going to say, what are the last kind of, as we kind of start approaching kind of the end.
Yeah. We got to
what are some
read
of
the
the
book,
last
guys. Read the
components
book next year.
that you want to make sure make the story?
Yeah. I mean, one of the clincher, so the night that I had this revelation that like, it's time to let go, and I have God instructing me to do that, like that it's time, that God is promising me like a greater future if I let go. Like, it was a very real, warm, comforting revelation, but it's scary. And exactly that night, as I'm having these feelings in my hometown at a gay club called Club Q, a Mormon inactive, I guess, but someone with Mormon background went in and killed a bunch of people at Club Q that night. I didn't even know the news, and I had contacted one of my best friends who's gay, and I said, we have to have lunch. I need to tell you that the revelation that I received, and it's time for me to leave the church. And I want to talk about it with you. And so we had lunch, and he knew about the shooting and didn't say anything. And I'm explaining like about the same-sex marriage bill and like just how I'm feeling and like how I can no longer affiliate with this organization. And he's like, embracing me. This is hard. But you're doing the right thing. I was like, I know I'm doing the right thing. And then I got home, and it was that night that I read the news. And Club Q, I already knew about Club Q because one of my really good friends from high school, who's gay, and I didn't know it in high school, but I do now, but we're Scrabble partners. And but he's a poet, and his name is James Davis. And a couple years ago, he published a book called Club Q, a book of poetry. And so I own this book, and I've read this poem, Club Q, and it's the club that he would go to, the club in our neighborhood. And like a place that, like, this is kind of my home in a way. So this shooting happened by someone with Mormon background in my hometown, and it literally hit too close to home, right? Like that phrase, hit close to home. It did. Those bullets hit people close to my home at Club Q. And I totally encourage you to look up the book of poetry, Club Q, as well. The poem, Club Q, is really beautiful. And I actually would love to read just the first line, because okay, Club Q, I stand for quest, which is to say mission, as in our mission is to provide a safe space for you to be yourself, which is to say it is not always safe for you to be yourself.
And that book was published when?
2020.
So at least
James Davis, a
couple years
earlier.
before the murders.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
But yeah, my friend James Davis, he's an amazing poet. His mastery of the English language is so good. I cannot beat him in Scrabble. We've played over 250 games and I've only beat him 8 times. If that says anything about the quality of his work.
But I mean, I already noted that like no Mormon bishop ever plus his wife are going to celebrate the resignation of one of their members other than your bishop.
I know, it's
your
unusual,
former
right?
bishop and his wife. No God, no Mormon God ever is going to bless and encourage the resignation of his son or daughter from his true church. And then it's sounding like you received a full-on revelation. The Mormon Church
did.
teaches about prophecy,
Yes.
seership, revelation. What is
Personal
it?
revelation.
Prophecy is knowing the future. Okay, that's not quite what happened. Seeing, you kind of saw something before you knew from reporting that it had actually happened. So in some
Yeah.
sense, you were a seer,
I had a sense that's of,
or you received a
know.
revelation.
yeah.
And again, that's, I don't know, that's kind of, at least if I were in your shoes, I would see that as divine revelation.
It did feel that way. I think it was. I mean, I'm a visionary. I see visions. They're absolutely valid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, unusual. And then when I learned about the news, I was thinking back on my friend Alan who took his life. I was thinking about this Mormon shooter and just the consequences of these orthodox teachings about traditional marriage, how this type of, some of these religious beliefs lead to violence and death. I don't want to be, I think about my children and how, couple things, I don't want them to grow up to become killers. And I also don't want them to grow up and be killed. So like, if one of my kids were a patron or a visitor at Club Q, would they be safe? If I were to raise my kids, teaching them and exposing them to teachings about traditional marriage, would they harm people in the future with those teachings so deeply planted in their heart? And then, you think about how my dad also died from gun violence. I really just can't stand by the number of Mormons in our community who are so into their guns. I mean, can you blame me for like when you have a family member who dies from a gun because of a gun? Like,
You get
Can you blame me?
get to have an opinion on this topic.
yeah.
And the shooter in Enoch, had a gun, and
Yeah.
the shooter at Club Q had a gun.
Right.
Like we can't blame everything on gun ownership, but we also can't say that
The
gun ownership
accessibility of them
is irrelevant.
The accessibility of guns is disturbing, and then just like the culture of violence. And I do feel like, and I think you've like dived into this a bit, but like there's a lot of violence in Mormon history and in the Book of Mormon itself. Like the idea to like when Nephi kills Laban, like it's better for this man to die.
That a nation dwindle in unbelief.
Yeah, like to justify murder in certain circumstances. Then you see I mean, doesn't someone get like go and chop off people's arms in the Book of Mormon?
Ammon is going to a place where he's not welcome. The Lamanites around are like, say, we don't want you here, get out of here. And so he chops off like 30 of their arms and puts their arms in a big pile.
Yeah. And you like you tell these stories to kids, and then the kids are like, aha, chopping off arms. And they'll like reenact this as little kids, like cutting off each other's arms. It's a scripture story. It's like super disturbing to me. I couldn't help but like this line was like flowing in my mind, like Mormons kill, Mormons murder. Mormons kill people. Mormonism kills. Mormonism killed my friend Alan. Mormonism killed the people at Club Q. I mean, it's not that simple. It's not like, I mean, please don't quote me on that.
Because people in all religions kill and secular people kill, but it's different when that killing, either the killing seems to be sometimes scripturally condoned, which it is in Mormonism.
Yeah.
And when a high percentage of Mormons seem to support, seem to oppose any sort of legislation that would have a chance at curbing gun violence.
Yeah.
You know, then you know, and we're not anti-Second Amendment here on Mormon Stories, but at least you're allowed to ask if your own dad dies by a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
Can I have an opinion?
Yeah.
Like, you know, yeah. I mean, when your kid's finding loaded guns lying around when they're looking for their Legos, it's kind of disturbing to me.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Where do we go with this?
So this ties to your letter.
Oh, yeah. I wanted to tell you the last piece of my outfit that I didn't talk about is my necklace. And my husband gave this to me on my resignation day. Really sweet. He wrote a letter telling me how proud he was of me. He was so excited for me. Like he couldn't believe it. He was like, you know, after a year and a half of like me trying to shut down the idea and not wanting to talk about it and like, just let me go to church in peace. Like, do we have like, stop putting the pressure on me. I don't want this, you know.
Did he already resigned, or do you even want to talk about that?
He hasn't.
Oh, so he hadn't even resigned, but somehow he was excited for your resignation.
Oh, he was so excited.
Because he thought, what, it would be good for you or healthy?
Oh, he just was like, we're on the same page again. It was like, because it was causing a lot of marital contention between us. We started going to marriage counseling because I could not figure it out. I couldn't figure out how to like, we can't even talk about this topic. And spirituality is really important to me. And how, like, you know, there's a reason why mixed faith marriages like are difficult and sometimes don't work out. And people divorce when their spouses want to leave the church and they don't. Like it's really difficult in a relationship, especially when, I mean, I think maybe in my experience, but when you have kids and you want to like maybe raise your kids differently than the other one does, it's just really, I could not figure it out. So for me to like come around and come to the same conclusion that like he had been feeling like, I don't think we should raise our kids in the church. And then for me to like finally have a revelation of my own and come to that conclusion on my own, he couldn't force me. And when people like, I'm very anti-authoritarian. Like I don't do well when people try to tell me what to do. Like it's going to make me do the opposite, you know? So I was really digging my heels in, and the more I felt pressure from him to leave, the more I wanted to stay. Like, you know, it's just, you can't make the decision for people. And so I had to like, I came about it in my own way, in my own time, in the moment when things had to click. And he was so happy. He felt so much there's so much anxiety that, that kind of fell away, and we're more connected. I think we're back feeling more on the same page. It's, you know, it's hard when you and your partner don't see eye to eye on something so important and so influential in your life and in your children's lives. So anyway, he wrote me this really nice letter, and it was, and he got me this necklace, and it's an onyx, black onyx stone, and he was, talking about the symbolism of it, and it being like, a reminder of my Black ancestors who are looking down on me, who are really proud of this decision that I'm making. The circle represents like eternity, and no institution can claim they have power over the nature of our relationship or our marriage or our union. And then also, like, a symbol that it represented to me was the new moon, like a new start. And I thought a lot about the moon. At the week I resigned, I was playing in a production of a musical production called Bloody Cabaret, which I also encourage you to look up. The music is gorgeous, by Kagan Breitenbach and Megan Joy. And I played in this performance in this beautiful song about the moon. And I was thinking about, like, God is often compared to the light of the sun, or like the celestial light, the brightness, in the visions to Joseph Smith, the divine bodies being as bright as the light of the sun. And I just felt like, you know what? The sun, the brightness of the celestial kingdom, the whiteness, the obsession with the color white, being the bright white light, white skin, white clothes, white purity, whatever. Like, I was like, but the sun, that sun, the light of the sun, it just was feeling too harsh. Like, you can't even look at the sun. It burns your eyes. It burns your skin. It can cause cancer if you're exposed to it too much. I mean, I understand, like, the analogy and the value of light, because I mean, light and fire, fire is what, like, allows humans to survive, and kind of gave us a leg up over, like, the animal kingdom, right?
The sun's the origin of life.
Yeah,
for sure.
like, and plants, and yeah, sunlight is, of course, a source of life and goodness. But, like, I really like the soft light of the moon. It feels more comfortable for me personally. I love that, like, it changes. It waxes and wanes. It causes the tides to move in and out. You don't always see the light of the moon, but it's there. And I feel like that represents to me, like, divinity in a way that touches me or speaks to me, where it's just softer, and it's not always super present or visible, but it's there, and it has power, but it's just a gentle light. I really like that. So if I'm not going to be in the celestial kingdom with the bright light of the white celestial sun or whatever, like, I'm okay being in a lesser kingdom with a softer light. It sounds like where I'll be more comfortable.
By the light, you know the song of the silvery moon. You ever heard that?
It sounds familiar.
I want to spoon to my honey, I'll croon love's tune. Anyway.
There's so many wonderful songs.
A song to learn.
About the moon. But so this necklace he gave to me, there's that. But I don't like to. Again, if you've made it this far in the program, I can tell you the deeper secrets. But also this dark black circle reminds me of a bullet hole. It reminds me of my dad. It reminds me of the people who died at Club Q. It reminds me of the people who die from gun violence. And it reminds me of how I don't want to live. I don't want to hurt people. And I will remember those who've been hurt. I won't forget them. Yeah.
That's powerful. It's beautiful.
So yeah, I did it. I resigned. And can I just put in an advertisement? I highly recommend resigning. I highly recommend it. I think you should, if you're thinking about it, just go for it. Here's what I think. It's like when you it's like deactivating your Facebook account. When you realize like social media is it's not serving me well. I think perhaps I should deactivate my account. Here's the thing with the church, and correct me if I'm wrong, but when you resign your membership, when you submit a letter, there are ways to do it online, like quitmormon.com or whatever. But I felt, for me, a couple things. I encourage you to write a letter of resignation, if just for yourself. Like document your feelings, maybe it could be a journal entry. You don't even have to give it to anybody, but maybe make a note, write down what led you to make the decision. And that act of writing it out is really cathartic, I think. And then you can share it if you want. And it might end up in the hands of John DeLynn, and he might invite you to be on Mormon Stories, like me. But here's the thing: when you resign, and I made a day of it. I met with my bishop's wife. You get a clean break, but people say like, oh, it seems so final. It seems like such a dramatic move. But like when you deactivate your Facebook account, it's still there. Like the church isn't deleting your records.
No.
Your numbers there, all your information. Like they will be so happy to flip that light switch back on at any moment.
Yeah.
Any moment. Like it's like you have to be rebaptized, right? But I don't think you have to go through the temple again. You don't have to get married again.
Nope.
You don't have to do all these ordinances again. All that's just ready for you when you want it back. You just have to get rebaptized. But here's the thing. Ask yourself, if at this point in your life, knowing what you know now, having experienced what you have experienced, would you choose to be baptized as a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints? I can say for myself that knowing what I know now, having experienced what I have experienced, I would not. If I had that choice, the choice is there. I could be rebaptized any moment, but I don't think I will. And I'm not choosing that now. But again, if you do resign, that option is always there for you. The church will gladly welcome you back and flip that switch back on, reactivate your social media account, have your name pop back up on the records. Right now, it looks like my husband on the records is a single father with 5 children and no wife because I have disappeared. But believe you me, my record is still in their system. It's still there.
Yeah.
They'll bring it back any moment for me. But there is something really wonderful about the act of resignation. It's like when you leave a job or something that you didn't realize was affecting you so much, like and causing you so much stress and anxiety and affecting more areas of your life than you even realized. And the church, as we've discussed, affects every aspect of your life. It really does. And so when you cut the strings, like, I cannot tell you, my husband is sleeping better, and he's not even me. He didn't even resign yet, but he's sleeping better. I feel so much more peace. I feel so much more in alignment with myself and with my values. I just feel so, and I feel so much more connected to the people around me because there's not something that's making me other. Well, not always, but I now really despise the term like being in the world, but not of the world, because it creates this sense of otherness. And that's something that is a phrase that I learned through Mormonism. You're different than other people. You're different, you're separate, you're other in a better way. Like the Mormon way of life is better than the other ways of life. And I bought into that. But now it's like I am walking around and I feel so much more like in harmony with the people around me. There's nothing separating us anymore. I don't claim in any way to be better than them in any way. I feel more at one. And that includes with the members of the Mormon church too, because I love them. There's a reason I joined, like I said, but like I see where they're coming from and I know they love me. And I know that there are many who want me back, who miss me. And I'm thankful that they value me in that way, and I appreciate that. So I know that their eagerness for me to have like to return, I know that's genuine love. I know that they're coming from a good place, but yeah, if you have like an interest or an inclination to like deactivate your account, I say give it a try, because worst case scenario, just rebaptize, just go get baptized again if you want to rejoin. It's not really like that drastic of a move.
And you feel like you've benefited. I mean, you talked about contemplating the word affiliation. It's basically disaffiliation.
Yeah, to unaffiliate. I no longer have any obligation to reflect any of it in my life. But the thing is, like, I can still, it's not an erasure of values or morals if you believe in things like right and wrong or ethics. Like, I have no doubt that I am a good person. No question. I actually feel like a better person now because I'm being more true to myself. Like I said, it's a really good feeling. Yeah, it is like really weird though that that I wrote this letter saying I want to unaffiliate from Mormonism. I want nothing. This is how I ended the letter. If someone asks me if I am Mormon, I want to be able to say no and mean that in every sense of the word. That's the power of the resignation, because if someone asks you if you're Mormon, you can say no and mean it. And so if there are values or teachings or doctrines that you don't agree with, if you're able to say no, then no one can claim that you believe those things or sustain leaders you don't agree with, or have values that you really don't. It's kind of why I didn't tell people that I had any affiliation when I was involved with Black Lives Matter. It's why when I'm in the art scene, there are a lot of LGBT people in the arts and music and dance. I work for Ballet West. There's a very like vibrant community of dancers. It's just like being an artist. I'm with people who, even outside of LGBT, I'm with people who are just unique. That's what's cool about artists and creative people. Like, we push boundaries. We question the status quo. We go against the grain. We allow ourselves, with our creative minds and powers, to go places that other people aren't always willing or open to going. And anyway, so in the art scene, in the music scene, in the film scene, I have found myself not wanting to hint at any affiliation with the church, because I don't feel like that would reflect well, and it doesn't represent who I am as a person. So it is just really wonderful. I think it's funny. The day before I resigned, Saturday night, I was playing at the ballet, and a musician next to me said, "Are you LDS?" And I said, "As of tomorrow, no." I will be able to say that tomorrow when I resign, when I hand in that letter. So so many people have been really, really supportive and happy for me as I've made this step, and including my own former bishop. And that's the funny thing. I said to him, you can share this letter if you'd like, if you think anyone might be interested in it. And so his wife shared it with her sister, who shared it with her brother, and then it made its way very quickly to Mr. DeLynn here, and here we are.
Full circle.
Yeah, and that's the ironic thing is because I really like. I wasn't sure I wanted to do this, which I expressed very, very quickly, but because like, you know, I wanted to completely unaffiliate from Mormonism, and now I'm on a program called Mormon Stories. And so if you Google my name indefinitely, there's going to be like a search result that will probably come up forever. It's now going to be on my, like the word Mormon is going to be tied to my name now. Thanks, John.
Well, I these days tend to look at Mormon more culturally. Like there are plenty of Jews that don't go to synagogue and don't even believe in God, don't even believe Moses existed, but they still are ethnically Jewish. Well, so I view myself as ethnically Mormon, and that's different for you.
My
obviously.
husband does as well. Yeah. Like one thing that I would say a lot in the time when I was really hanging on, I was like, listen, you're Mormon, but don't believe in it. Like that's your culture, that's your background. I'm not Mormon, but I don't like to consider myself Mormon. I don't like to use that word to describe me, but I would consider myself a Latter-day Saint because I like attend and believed and stuff. But, you know, now I am neither. I do not consider myself Mormon or Latter-day Saint, and it's nice to be free of those terms. But in truth, though, there were 18 years of my life. So I joined when I was 18, spent 18 years in, and now that I've resigned, I can say that I have spent the majority of my life just as myself.
Yay.
Not as a Mormon. But there is a very significant period of my life where I had a Mormon story in the works. Mm-hmm. And I think I'm okay. I am okay with that. In fact, like I said, I would love to write this story down and include the things that I didn't say, because I know I'll look back and be like, oh man, there was that one thing, that one story. There are a lot of stories. This could go on, but I would like to write it down, and I feel comfortable about doing that and putting it out there because my Mormon story is interesting and perhaps might impact people in a positive way or a negative way, but it's out there.
Yeah. Well, Liz Lambson, what an epic 4-part multi-day interview. Yeah. And the costume changes and the makeup artist and
makeup by Sam Dawes.
When you do something, you really do it.
I do. I know. That's my personality.
Yeah.
That's how I live my life.
And it was a sacred thing, maybe for Margie and I to be able to be a part of your story and sharing it with the world.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks for being willing to share and be vulnerable, but also to educate us in ways you shouldn't have to educate us, but also, because a story quite like this has never been told on Mormon Stories, right? Oh. I mean, every story is unique, but this story in so many ways, it's a first. So,
good.
Yeah. Thank you.
I'm glad to have provided some fresh content.
Yeah.
Some fresh stories. I have always felt a little bit different and a bit unique, and I've learned to love that about myself.
Yeah. Well,
glad I could share.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
And I look forward to, I hope to see you performing sometime at Valley West or elsewhere.
Yes, come.
I want to say I look forward to seeing you in the movies, but that might sound creepy given the role that you're playing as a streaker. But
Oh gosh.
there's a part of me that still wants
funny.
to see it just from a body positivity, not a
Oh
creepy
yeah, no, it'll just be
standpoint.
my backside. And honestly, like a couple of the producers joined us as streakers. They wore masks, so they won't be identified. But I'm just, it's like me, the one woman they could find to join the streaking group, and then like 3 or 4 guys. Who knows if it'll even make the final cut? That's something about film too. Sometimes like the movies don't even come out. Sometimes the projects never like are completed. But who knows?
Yeah.
I may be
Yeah.
immortalized.
Yeah.
My bare bum.
And good luck with your song. Good luck with
Thank
your
you.
memoir. Good
Thank
luck with your
you.
acting career.
Thank you.
And I look forward to just following what happens. And I love Sam, and I hope to see you guys again, even
Yeah.
socially sometime.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We would love that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, thanks again.
Thank you.
And Margie had to run, but
Thanks, Margie.
thanks, Margie, for being my co-host.
Lovely meeting both
Yeah.
of you. Thank
Yeah.
you for this opportunity and experience. I'm very interested to see how it's received and what people think. And stay tuned for a future book.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks again, Liz.
Yeah.
And thanks to the people who helped multiple people put me in touch with you, by the way. It wasn't just one.
What?
Yeah. I
No.
won't disclose who, but there were multiple people.
What?
Yeah.
How's that possible?
Yeah, I think so. And so thanks to them for putting me in touch with you. And thanks to you who stayed tuned. There's going to be a lot of people that won't want to watch 12 or 13 hours just because that's just the longer it is, the less people want to watch. And if any of you made it all the way through, maybe we'll have a party with you and me and Liz, and we'll all hang out.
Oh my gosh, I would love that.
Maybe Liz will play some of her bass for us at the party.
Yeah, or I'll play my song for you.
Can you do a bass solo?
Totally.
I want to hear it. If you can, I want to hear it.
Next time on Mormon Stories,
All right.
I'll bring my bass.
All right. Well, thanks to everyone for joining us today on Mormon Stories. We hope you valued this. And thanks to everyone who makes this possible. If you do value this programming and you want to see more of it, you can go to mormonstories.org, click on the donate button and become a monthly donor. Anyway, thanks for sticking with us. Be kind to each other, be good to each other. And we'll see you all again soon on another episode of Mormon Stories Podcast. Take care, everybody.